Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Councilor Randolph,
Here.
Councilor Holloway,
Here.
Councilor Denton,
Here.
Councilor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 present, 1 absent. You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to, is there a motion to go into closed meeting?
I move that we go into closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A3, discussion or consideration of the investment of public funds where bargaining is involved and where, if made public initially, the financial interest of the city would be adversely affected, A7 and A8, to consult with legal counsel and staff regarding specific legal matters and probable litigation where such consultation in open meeting would adversely affect the city's interests, and to the extent these discussions will be aided thereby, A4, for the protection of the privacy of individuals and personnel matters not related to public business.
Second. Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Pelham. Any discussion? I see no lights. Roll call?
Councilor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Councilor Randolph,
Yes.
Councilor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 to 0.
All right, thank you.
Motion passes.
I'll call you in a second. Thank you.
Where is my closed meeting? Unreal.
I try not to be in charge. I just finished reading a book called The Man Who Lived Underground, and, you know, he had this perch from, like, the sewer system.
Yes, the light's not working.
So if I could be the man underground during some of these meetings, it would be very nice. It was interesting. It was a recently discovered manuscript from, I want to say Ralph Ellison, but I'm not, Richard Wright. And I guess back in the 50s, they had a series of articles or short stories about, you know, it was broken up in a series of short stories, but the complete manuscript was recently found, and so they decided to publish it. And, you know, the critical part of it being sort of interesting now is it starts out with this man who's been accused of a crime that he didn't do, and he was basically arrested for having been
We are. We're gonna go back in later with the intention.
So what,
We are.
okay.
Did you get a second?
Well, we don't supposed to do that, so. It's point of order. You don't make a motion to come out of closed session if you plan on going back, I don't think.
Sandy's,
That's true. No,
Madam City Attorney.
Yes,
I have a point
ma'am.
of
I've
information.
recommended that you come fully out of a closed session, utilizing our regular procedures. And then if there's time at the end and you want to go back in and need to go back in, you once
Okay.
again, read the motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you get a second?
No.
Second.
Motion to come out of closed session's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Randolph. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes. And I'll read the certification.
Thank you.
Certification pursuant to Virginia Code 2.2-3712D, where only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and identified in the closed meeting motion discussed in closed meeting. Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Our regular meeting. Roll call.
Mayor Bennett,
Here.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Here.
Counselor Randolph,
Here.
Counselor Holloway,
Here.
Counselor Gore,
Here.
Counselor Denton,
Here.
Counselor Pelham.
Here.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7 present.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming in this evening. I'd like to welcome our visitors. And we'll have the prayer this evening by Reverend Danny Tucker, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Counselor Denton.
Let us pray. Most gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for the gift of your Holy Spirit, and we thank you, Lord, and we pray that you are pleased to dwell within the city of Hopewell, touching lives, Lord, and lifting up humanity. We thank you, Lord, for the privilege of leadership, and we pray that you will grant unto our city council members, Lord, the compassion that they need, Lord, the honesty and the courage that they need, Lord, to lead. We pray, Lord, that you would protect our policemen, that you would protect our firemen, Lord, that you would bless our EMS and our hospital workers. And finally, Lord, we pray that we, the people, will support our leadership and that we will help them so that this will be a place of goodwill where we can raise our families, Lord, and live together in peace. We praise your holy name and we thank you. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there a motion to amend or adopt the regular meeting agenda?
I move that we adopt the regular meeting agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. I don't see any discussion. Lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to amend or adopt the consent agenda?
I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Counselor Pelham. Counselor Gore?
I'd like to see if they would like to accept a friendly amendment to pull out C 4. This was pulled out at our last meeting, but we didn't get to it, and place it under R4. Well, never mind, it's just only R3, never mind.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yes,
It's not necessary, I just realized it's R3.
it has financial report,
I just,
okay, Arthur.
I thought you said personnel.
Yeah, I thought you said
report.
personnel report.
no,
Okay.
Okay.
don't forget it. I was looking under unfinished business.
Mhm, yeah.
for-
And,
Counselor Denton?
C9, the resolution, is that still on the agenda, or are we taking that off?
That was in the resolution, actually, and we've taken that off. It was actually a, certificate of remembrance, so it wasn't a resolution. Yes. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph.
No,
I'm sorry, Counselor Randolph, I didn't hear.
no,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes,
Counselor Denton.
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 5-2, motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, I would, we have a public hearing. Director Griffin?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all members of City Council. We do have a public hearing tonight, and the applicant is here in the audience. It is for a request for a waiver of development standards modification from James R. Jones Builder, and we do have a presentation, brief presentation. You did review this at your last meeting. It was a work session. And I also have the chairman, Mr. Eliades of the Planning Commission. He's here in case you have questions. But the city has received a request from James R. Jones Builder to modify the development standards in accordance with Article 18, Section G, to erect a building in a residential zoning district that does not have its principal frontage on a public street of record. The current zoning ordinance does not allow a structure to be erected on a residential or commercial lot if it doesn't front on a public street. This requirement is set to maintain a standard of construction and safety across the city. It also makes addressing easier as a probable pattern is established. The City Council must determine if a modification to this standard should be waived to allow the construction of 2 single-family detached homes on a public right-of-way easement. And so this first slide here just gives you an aerial photography of where the unimproved right-of-way easement is located and the 2 parcels that Mr. Jones is requesting to build upon. The subparcel numbers are 1060320 and 1060325. These parcels were platted in the 1950s and a part of Prince George County. We did notice, and the applicant brought to our attention, that our GIS information had the parcels turned incorrectly, and now we are working to fix that issue. And the screen that you see in front of you, that's the correct way that the parcels should be noted. This is an access easement, meaning that the access was provided for a pump station that is to the rear of the easement. This is not a public street, and we know that because the homes that are on this easement don't have addresses for the easement. The addresses is Jackson Farm Road. You can go to the next slide, Ms. Bess. The next one, please. Here you have an aerial photography, and the easement is shown in the orange. The red is actually the location of the city's pump station, and the blue parcels are the parcels where you have homesteads on this public right-of-way easement. The easement at this moment is comprised of dirt and loose and impacted gravel, and a power pole is located within the easement, and the pole will be relocated near the city's pump station if this is approved. Next slide, Ms. Bess.
The new dedicated 30-foot wide pipe stem access easement overlays and expands on the prior 20-foot wide dedicated right-of-way easement. And here, the applicant has already hired Timmons Group to provide the design of how this pipe stem driveway would look. This pipe stem driveway has been approved by our city engineer and also has been reviewed and discussed with Timmons Group in a meeting during the Planning Commission work session. And this information here is taken directly from the city engineer's analysis. The new plat and terminology helps bring the access into proper accessibility standards, such as 1, having a proven road section structure that can carry a 70,000-pound wheel axle loading, and that would be the equivalent of our fire trucks. Meeting the minimum width of pavement. It'll include a fire truck turnaround with dimensions which can accommodate other vehicles of that size and scale. And they will also be installing a durable all-weather surface which is sustainable. The next slide, please. We did have comments from adjacent property owners during our Planning Commission meeting, and the issues that were brought up were concerning traffic. They were asking for speed bumps, and speed bumps can be placed in accordance with the city engineer. And I do know a lot of people have questions about speed bumps, and speed bumps are not allowed on public streets except by a waiver, and this is not considered a public street, which is why speed bumps could be considered. The drainage was also a question. The design of the easement will be inverted, center line with direct drainage to Jackson Farm Road into the city's drainage system along that road. The power pole removal, there were questions of will the power create loss of power in any of the homes on the right-of-way easement, and that will, but only for 1 to 2 hours. The elimination of privacy, there was someone on the drive who said that even though she lived in Hopewell, she felt like she lived in the country and she wanted to maintain that. We have no solution for that. However, all the trees will not be cut down on the property. They will keep some trees on the property. And then potholes. There were questions about potholes, and of course, if it's paved, they will not have the potholes that they have there now. Next slide, please. So the council must consider, according to the ordinance, if a modification to the standard should be waived to allow the construction of 2 single-family detached homes on a public right-of-way easement instead of a public street. The ordinance requires the council to consider 4 criteria to determine if a modification should be granted, and the council should also consider neighborhood impact and safety as a factor. Next slide. These are the 4 criteria. I won't read through them. Next slide. The Planning Commission at their May 6th meeting did approve unanimously by a vote of 5-0 to allow the request to build a pipe stem driveway along the right-of-way easement. Again, Mr. Eliades is here and Mr. Jones is here to answer any questions. I will say that this project is Mr. Jones's son's project, and he is out of town, but he is well able to answer any questions that you have about the request. And this concludes the staff's presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions of council prior to opening the public hearing? Okay, I don't see any lights. I'm gonna open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, did we receive any, a list of any members who would like to speak?
No one
Okay.
filled out any information.
The public hearing is now closed. Vice Mayor Parton,
I move that we approve the request submitted by James R. Jones Builder for a modification to the development standards to construct 2 homes on a pipe stem driveway instead of a public street at subparcel number 106-0320 and number 106-0325.
I second it.
motion's been made by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by Councilor Denton. Councilor Randolph,
Madam
Griffin.
Development person. It's hard to figure out who
That's
you are
okay.
sitting up here. Do we need to say that it's a modification of Article 18 of the development standards, or is just development standards good enough?
Article 18, you can say Article 18, Section G.
G. I'd like to make a substitute motion that we include the modification of Article 18 of the development standards, Section G, to be more specific.
Second.
Okay. Counselor Pelham, you had your light on?
Would this, I guess it'd be alley, is that gonna be added to our street program? This could be considered a street actually now.
Madam Mayor, may I answer that
Yes,
question?
please.
No, it would not, Councilor Pelham. This right-of-way easement is currently maintained by those along the easement, and that would be the case if it was improved also.
So if potholes reappeared, we don't fix them?
No, the potholes, if they appeared, would be, and at this time, if potholes appear, those along the easement, yes, they fix those. Yes, ma'am. And right now, it's just dirt and gravel.
Well, I understand that, long. But I would just like to say, we know Mr. Jones' work, and it's always professional and profound and really great, so I look forward to seeing 2 brand-new homes in the city of Hopewell.
Thank you. I don't see any other lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, we're moving on to unfinished business. I will turn this over to Counselor Gore.
Yes, I put on the agenda, last year to have a discussion regarding adopting a fraud, waste, and abuse policy. Council supported the city attorney working with the city manager to develop a draft for us to review. This is back on unfinished business, is at the time, we couldn't have the discussion, without staff being present, but I wanted to see if everyone had a chance to look over it, to ask questions, because there was different options presented in the, draft version, but then also to pivot to Ms. Robinson to provide a brief overview of the draft and the options presented.
I see a light on, do you have a question for Counselor Randolph? Are you gonna wait for the city attorney? Did you have a question right now?
I just had a general question. It doesn't really take the city attorney, and
Okay,
it was just kind of throwing out there, the anonymous portion of, I understand why you do that, or why we talk about doing anonymous complaints, or, but we also know that there are some wags that go on, with a lot of people making assumptions, and how are we gonna handle stuff that is way out there, and you understand what I'm getting at?
Yes, if you don't mind, can we hold that question, because I was
Sure.
gonna pivot to her to do the presentation about
Yep.
the options, and then we can circle
Okay.
back to.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Gore, members of council. I prepared a memo, I think some of you have access to that. But approximately a year or so ago, council tasked the city attorney and the city manager to work together to provide some options for consideration, for you all to consider whether or not you should implement a reporting system for fraud and abuse. And my portion of this exercise is laid out in that memoranda. I haven't
integrated it with any ideas that will be presented from the city manager. But what I presented is what I've gathered from other localities. So in looking at the question as to whether or not we should implement some kind of reporting system for fraud and abuse, there are three primary questions I believe council has to answer. One is who would be eligible to report or complain about these types of problems? Would it be limited to just employees, or would citizens and perhaps vendors or businesses also be eligible to report? The second question would be what would we do with those reports when they are received? And also what types of reports will be received. Now, if you go back to the how will we treat the report when they're received, this touches a little bit on the question that was raised by Councilor Randolph. Will we investigate them all? Will we have in place some kind of process to evaluate or filter through the various complaints to decide which ones warranted investigations? And then will we handle those investigations internally or refer them out? So in looking at that, I was able to look at a few localities. I've highlighted 4 in particular. The decision to highlight these were driven in part by physical proximity to Hopewell. Others, I just had a little bit more information relative to the staff, the staffings in those localities, and I thought I'd share them. So there are 4 options. One would be from the Richmond City. One's from Prince George County, the third from Prince William County, and the last from Chesterfield County. And very briefly, Richmond City has a reporting system in place. Employees and citizens are eligible to report. They report anonymously. The reports are given a code for them to use to either check the status of their report or to augment the report at a later time. Every single report is investigated, and every single report is investigated by the Inspector General's office. The Inspector General will report out its findings to the City Council as well as the mayor, and then in the event the investigation shows that there was some wrongdoings and during the course of corrections, the city saves some money, there's a reward offered to the person who has reported. Clearly, there will be a problem if it's anonymous, but if someone reports with their name, the reward is up to $5,000, depending on the savings. In Richmond City, the reports are made solely by a telephone hotline. In Prince George County, they have a voicemail system. Employees and citizens are eligible to report. The finance director monitors that voicemail system and then reports out to the appropriate person or party in that organization as to the complaint. Their website was the source of this information, and the website doesn't report how the complaints are handled after the finance director reports them out. What we do know is that the finance director reports up through the deputy county administrator to the county administrator. So there's presumption there, implied, of course, that the finance director is going to report out the findings, whoever might be the source of creating those findings. Prince William County has an outside auditing firm that handles all of their reports of fraud and abuse. Employees, citizens, and businesses are eligible to report. When the reports are received by phone, the auditing firm creates a transcript of the actual report and generates that report to the stakeholders within the county. If someone reports by email, the email is transferred to the proper stakeholder in the county. And then with the firm, everyone sort of collaborates and discusses whether or not the information provided by the complaint warrants further investigation. If the decision is collectively made that an investigation is warranted, then the auditing firm will do the investigation and ultimately report out the findings to the Board of Supervisors and the Audit Committee. But as I said before, this is via email or voicemail. Of the four localities, I think Chesterfield County is somewhat the most interesting to me, because the employees and citizens are eligible to report, but employees are mandated. It's mandatory for them to report any suspect of fraud and abuse in the system. And they can receive these reports through any mechanism, in person, fax, email, phone call. But once that report is received, it can be either received by the employee's immediate supervisor or to the internal auditor. I think what makes it more interesting in some ways is that the requirement that is mandated by the employees kind of in some ways undercuts the reliability of it a little bit, because people might feel a little bit apprehensive about reporting problems within their department if there's a close working relationship. But notwithstanding that particular provision, the auditor will determine whether an investigation is warranted. And if it is, they will do the investigation. The auditor will also determine whether or not the complaint should be referred to an outside agency, such as the police department. If the auditor investigates and finds that the complaint was founded, he reports out to the county administrator, but also for founded complaints, is reported out to the county attorney, the HR department, and the accounting department. When criminal activity is suspected, they are going to report out to the police department and the Commonwealth's attorney. In all of these options, except for the city of Richmond, there wasn't any information relative to whether rewards are offered on the back end. Only Richmond had that. And I think for several reasons, I think having the reward might be a way to incentivize individuals to make the reports. As I set forth in the memo, I think option one, which is the city of Richmond, is a good starting point, but not to just rest solely on their processes, but to also, if possible, look to the other localities and pull from them portions of their process to be integrated to make a more comprehensive system. So all of them have advantages, all have disadvantages. I just think option one is the best of those that I've seen. So if you have any questions about my report and my presentation, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Robertson. I'll yield the floor to Ms. Randolph to ask your question, but just as a reminder, the prior city council, we had conversations about hiring an internal auditor. And clearly with these, that would be helpful, but you can see there's not a requirement if you don't have one. But I am going to say that when we get past COVID, or even, when we get more situated, I do think we should revisit that conversation, because that helps to implement this, but then also can be used as an internal point of check with our current audits as well, and which we still haven't been caught up on, but then also it also separates it out from those who might be in positions that might be compromising. So I will advocate for internal auditor, again, putting that on the table as well. But I definitely would say in the last month or so, we've had conversations regarding external investigations that I know council had different thoughts about how we made some decisions recently. I would definitely say that looking at this, I would recommend a combination of some of the methods raised, but also if you want to explore kind of what we did before with the recent decision, that is there as well, where we make a joint decision. And so that's all I have for my presentation. I'll yield to Councilor Randolph because she had a question, and then back to whoever's next.
Councilor Randolph?
Well, in hearing Counselor Gore, I thought that there was more of a direction that you were wanting us to go in, when it sounds like you're still open to several things. I suggest maybe we have a special meeting on this, set some parameters, because quite frankly, I'm in favor of this, possibly of an internal auditor, but I'd have to look at the costs, and I don't want to wait another year for this. I mean, if we're going to do this, let's put into motion a time frame where we can sit down, go through everything the attorney's given us, discuss openly amongst ourselves what we might want to do, and move it along rather than, just go through the motions here tonight.
Certainly, I mean, I do,
I do have a question for you. Are you looking to take action on moving forward with this tonight? I mean, moving forward for the city attorney to draft this, and then we come back to council, talk about,
I'm looking for
For a final-
direction, because when this was last presented, it passed, but it didn't pass with everyone voting for this, if I recall correctly. So, there was options, so you guys can say how you feel, and then we go back to the drawing board. Like I was about to say, I do have my own personal preference. I think there should be an internal auditor. I think that there should be some, external review, outside of the city. But I didn't want to present my personal opinion again, given how this was done, to make sure it was open for everyone to have an opinion. So it would be helpful tonight if people were to say which options they kind of like, even if they like a mixture of the two, and then we can go from there and try and schedule a special meeting to talk about this. And even if you're in favor at this point of looking at an internal auditor, that would be helpful.
so there sounds like it's two parts, right?
Yep.
We have this report, and then we're looking for an internal auditor,
Yeah.
okay? I'm going to ask council if there is an opinion of which option they would take. Any counselors for option number one?
A mixture of,
Can we just have a,
I think the city clerk, Ms. Bess, is trying to.
Excuse me, yes. Yes, ma'am?
am I pushing the right button?
Yes.
Is that sick?
That's the city clerk.
Okay, that's,
I wonder why she was, I was
Okay.
wondering why, I was like, she's saying it. Okay.
I'm not.
Counselor
I'm
Pelham?
reading. Can we just set a work session? I mean, so that we can really talk about it, and just add the internal auditor does that have to be a motion?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I mean, but it still would be helpful to have some direction, because like was said earlier, this has been a year-old project, and I've had this on the agenda for 2 times, so everyone had enough time to look over these options, so we can narrow it down and bring back more stuff to decide, including price, salary for internal auditor. I have old data, but again, there wasn't a green light to move forward with that recently, so it would be helpful if we just go down the line. If someone says, I like option 1 and 2, I'm in favor of internal auditor, or no, I'm not, and then I can make notes, and then we can move forward with trying to schedule a work session.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Thank you. After going through and reading this, I'm of the same opinion that the city attorney is. I think that option 1 would find a really good foundation for us. And I think that maybe we start out with a draft of something that she can put together, and then utilize that as our actual work session, as opposed to using a work session to talk about the issue, bat it around, and then ask her to go and craft something up and just prolong it.
Thank you.
Is
That's
that
just-
a motion?
Yeah, I can make it a motion. I move that we authorize the city attorney.
Go ahead.
Well,
Oh.
respectfully,
Okay.
I do want to hear we can make a motion, I
Okay.
can do the motion too, but I just want to see what
Randolph?
everybody's thoughts first.
I didn't
so.
see any lights. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, it's Counselor Randolph?
In reading all of this, I'm of the opinion that we need to narrow our scope initially to just employees. Not that we won't expand that, but to get a handle on what we're doing. Start off with employee reporting. And I found that I liked a mixture of all three. There was not one option that I saw 100% that I liked, that I would feel comfortable after discussing the needs and requirements and thoughts of everybody on council about employees reporting fraud, waste, and abuse, then deciding whether or not we felt like an internal auditor would be needed to, and at what capacity. And I'm not against an internal auditor, but it's another staff position we have to find a home for and money for. And so I'm not adverse to talking about that, but I'd like to talk about the actual issue itself of the options. And again, my concern is that the options, I like something about each one of them. I don't like something about each one of them. So until I can ask more questions, I can't vote for any one option. I understand what Vice Mayor Parton's talking about with wasting time, but I don't have anything that I can put all of my cards on the table for. So I couldn't vote for just one option at this point. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to? Counselor Gore?
There's no other comments. I just want to make sure everyone had a chance to say how they felt. Vice Mayor Parton, if you want to join me, I just make a motion that we develop a draft policy for a work session. Ms. Robinson, how much time do you think we would need to do that?
It depends on, are you looking for something more comprehensive? If it's simply just to go to the city of Richmond's example, it's not gonna take long for me to go back there and just basically integrate everything that they do into our policy. If it's a matter of using that as our foundation and then looking at the other options and integrating pieces that I think might work, slightly more time perhaps. Perhaps the early September. And that would give me a time to draft it, refine the draft, and float it through administration and city council for comments before it's presented for work session.
So would the first meeting in September be preferable or the second one?
The first will be fine.
Okay.
I mean, if it's a work session, are you gonna do it at one of the,
Yes.
okay, yeah, the first probably is better.
Okay. So I move to direct the city attorney to develop a draft fraud, waste, and abuse policy, utilizing option 1 as a baseline for discussion and implementation, and to have that work session at the first meeting in September.
Second.
Motion been made by Counselor Gore, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton. I don't see any lights. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
No.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6-0, motion passes.
Thank you.
6-1, I'm sorry, motion passes.
Unfinished business, 3, Vice Mayor Parton.
I think where we left off with this was talking about the need to look at our public safety officers and look at how we're working their pay and also other retention mechanisms. And one thing that I think this year that a lot of localities did was to implement step raises or step increases for years of service, certifications, extra training, and all those sort of things. And I think that it would behoove us to have the city manager, his staff, the chief of police and fire chief, to research this topic and then bring it back to City Council for discussion and action. And then also, I asked Chief Aswell if he would, come in case people had questions for him specifically.
I do have a question. Hi, Chief, thank you for being here. I just have a question on the personnel. What does it look like with our retention here with our Hopewell Police Department? And is it positive? Is it changing?
It doesn't look very good, ma'am. It's, I can tell you that right now. I have 42 officers out of 68 that have less than 5 years on. Only 12 of them have more than 10 years on. That's quite a bit of a change over the last several decades where it didn't used to happen. I've been here 2.5 years, and I believe I've hired 26 or 27 officers in 2.5 years. So hiring hasn't been an issue. Retention has been an issue. And right now I have 8 vacancies, so that means I would have to hire 8 more, not counting the ones that are already in the process that we know of to other jurisdictions that have kind of addressed some pay issues where years of service match their pay.
Thank you. Councilor Randolph?
Chief, do you feel like the retention is a direct correlation between this step, or could be rectified through the step increases if council's willing and able to tackle that issue?
Yeah, nothing's going to solve everything 100%, but I think it will be a big help. Some of the folks that I've talked to currently who are in the process definitely would, I think it would at least make them ponder. There are a lot of issues, obviously, in the city that affect. There's things that are beyond our control in the climate. So we are not getting, even at this point, number of applicants coming in. We've definitely seen a drop in that. But I think that will definitely help in retention. I'm not going to say here that anything is going to solve our retention issues. That's all of us are struggling with that. It's just not just Hopewell PD.
And the second quick question I've got is if we decide, and I think most of us are on board with, well, I know I'm on board with doing this STEP program, what will be the impact initially to get people into the salary steps that they need to be for council to have to look at monetarily? Will there be a huge outlay initially for us to have to get these set up in the correct, these staff members in the correct positions?
Yes, ma'am, it would be.
Okay. No idea what that is right now.
I know exactly what number it is.
You do?
Yeah.
Can you?
$303,000 right as of today.
Can you say that once more?
303, based on the program that I have, obviously
Yes.
I'm not the expert. The ones that I have developed, which is really based on our existing payroll
Right.
pay system that we have, is going to be $303,000.
303,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
Thank you, sir.
Councilor Pelham?
Yes. When police officers leave, do you have a exit interview process?
Yes,
Not
ma'am.
verbal, but one that's in writing?
Well, they have the option of doing it however they chose to, and they usually choose to either meet with me or one of my command staff members, and we discuss. We kind of document their stuff. I don't make them do that in writing, but we capture that information.
Yes. So is there, and when you worked up north, was there anything like a survey that entailed just picking multiple choice answers and to discuss why they're leaving?
Ma'am, I'm not aware of it because the option is really off with the employee leaving as to how he or she chooses to impart that information to us. And our staff has been, most of them who've left have left on very good terms. They tell us exactly what the issues are. There are a lot of stuff that is not in our control, but other stuff is in our control. But there is no form that we give them saying, check this box, check this box. It's not that.
So over the past 2.5 years, you're hiring 27 officers. Can you give us a list of reasons that people leave? And say if 10 people left because of salary, 5 people left because of this, is that something that you can capture?
Yeah. At the top of my head, I will say that half the people
I
leave.
don't want
But
you to talk, I mean, not now, I just feel like.
Yeah, I can compile that information for you,
Yeah,
ma'am.
that's
There's a
what I-
variety of reasons, and
But
compensation is
they
definitely part
varied
of it.
reasons, correct? It's not
Various
good.
reasons. One is climate. The people perceive as a hostile climate. So I've lost people to private sector. I've lost people to private sector because they're going to make a lot more money that they have no shot of making here. So they just go ahead and say, you know what, I'm just going to make that money somewhere else because I got to put food on the table. You know, I've heard, well, I got kids going to college and I know my pay is fixed here. You know, it's not going to go up. I can't tell them, well, it will go up by this number, this number, this number. So they use those reasons. The ones that leave for other departments, the workload it's a lot of workload. Unfortunately we have some higher frequency of events, so that becomes a stress. Some of the things that have occurred through the criminal justice system in our municipality, in our state, that has an effect on it. So there's a wide variety. That's why I said the compensation one piece of it. Other things that we really can't control, but there's a whole bunch of different stuff. I know the ones that were currently that I know are in the process, compensation is a big thing for them.
It's a what?
Compensation is a big thing for them. The ones that I just talked to a young man who told me that he was had made it through another department, and compensation was definitely an issue for that particular officer.
Has anyone come back since they've left? I know there used to be officers that leave and
One tried to come back, but he wasn't. We did not take him back for a variety of reasons. Others have not tried to come back.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Counselor Gore?
Good afternoon, evening.
Good evening.
So I have to choose my words wisely because I don't want people to start labeling me saying I'm not supporting the police department, because it can easily be considered one of those talking points, political talking point, anything related to public safety, right? So
Say that, I didn't hear the first
you didn't
part
hear
of
me
that. I'm
again?
sorry.
I said I have to choose my words wisely because I don't want to be labeled as I'm not supporting the police department, because usually when it has anything to do with public safety, people use a quick talking point, it becomes controversial unnecessarily. So my concern that I have, although we talked about this offline, I do support the need to do this, is how do we balance this out with what we know is going on with the fire department? Council knows that the fire department is also understaffed right now and needs to have some salary increases. My concern is we did like a class and comp for the police department right before you got here, and we did a massive implementation to bring everyone up to a certain level. It was a couple $100,000. Then after that, we did another adjustment. I can't think of another department that we did the same thing to outside the police department. And now we're having a conversation about doing it another time, right? Within like the last 4 or 5 years. And the reason, so this is not really to you, but I'm thinking about the reports that we're getting for the fire department, knowing how short they are, knowing that the same conversations can be had about staffing, and I think about that concern. But then I also think about when we did the performance review, Public Works in particular had morale issues regarding their salary. And so what I'm trying to say is I really have a concern about, again, singling out one department and not looking at the ones that we know also have issues with salaries and people leaving. Because I feel like it's gonna start to build up when people are feeling it's only one department that's getting this attention. And this is not literally towards you, because I know. But I understand that there's a need to address the problem. I understand we need to have public safety. I understand we need to have police officers. But I guess it's a question for council about how they're gonna balance that out, because Public Works, I can say, can be considered hazardous conditions too, because tree falls, issues with stuff, we call them to pick it up. They were the ones doing COVID in the vents and fixing so we can have air. I mean, I just know how do we, sometimes.
I get that, and that's your decision, to be honest, but if you don't have, this day and time, we have 42 people under 5 years. When we're making split-second decisions, nobody's making those decisions elsewhere. Firefighters, and I'm including firefighters, I'm obviously talking on behalf of the police department, but obviously this is a public safety issue, not really just a police department issue. I'm giving you my numbers because I've been working on those things. The only one that really truly makes a split-second decision is people who are in my line of work, right? And the reality is that our competition is doing things that we have to react to it. The fact that we have only 12 people under over 10 years, that's not a good sign. The fact that I've hired 27 people in 2.5 years, It's a 68-man department. That's what I used to hire when I used to do this job for Arlington County, about 25 people in a year in a 370-man department. This is not a good sign for us. So I understand all that. I mean, I'm never going to tell you that others don't need it, but I'm going to tell you that to be a first-class organization, you better have a top-class, top-notch police department with experienced officers and a top-notch fire department with experienced firefighters and EMS personnel.
But what is the conversation right now? When we last talked, we with council, there was, the city manager said there was regional conversations about trying to stop that competing, because we're gonna keep being back at this point if people keep doing what's causing us to have to play this game of catch up every 2-3 years. So what, do you know where that regional conversation is?
Well,
to try
my perspective is where I grew up, we were never the highest paid at the entry level, but we always had these measures in place where if you did your job, you were satisfactory, you achieved it, you got a step increase. So the issue, the things that you have done in the past, you've addressed entry level pay, right? That's not gonna keep somebody here. That might attract somebody here, but to retain people who have 5, 6, 7 years, we train our people really well. We have a lot of issues, so our guys get trained really well, and then they're a really, really hot commodity because they can go literally anywhere in this area and not see the amount of stuff that they see in this city, unfortunately. I wish in my lifetime we could not say that anymore, but right now we do. So they become a hot commodity because they literally can do this job anywhere else. So yeah, right now our hands are forced by other people, but from a conceptual perspective, again, I have a bias because I grew up somewhere where that was just a norm, where if you did your job, it was payroll was set. It was set up for all employees. Public safety was a little different because, again, you need those guys to be experienced, especially in my line of work, where split seconds is we're making a decision. That everybody then goes back and over a 2-3 year time period, goes and sees if the right thing was done. That we have literally less than a second to do. That comes with experience. Right now, don't have a lot of experience, but I get that. But that's a concern.
Yeah, and I don't
policy
like
issue that you got to discuss. I'm going to tell you, if we keep doing what we're doing for the last 20 years, we're going to have mass exodus.
Right, and I don't want my comments to be misconstrued. I
No, I
agree
get
with
it. I
the
get
step
that.
increase. That's not my concern.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think you answered the question about the regional. What are the conversations with the regional?
There's a lot of conversation around, but everybody works to do things on their own. So I know Mr. Altman's not here. He can discuss regionally. We've talked about regionally.
Right.
But at the end of the day, everybody takes care of their own municipality. So Chesterfield has done their stuff, Henrico has done their stuff, Prince George has done their stuff. Others are talking about increasing their pay. So I'm not really sure that you're truly going to get a regional, and we're not really on equal footing, right? So what you deal with here and my sister city in Petersburg is a lot different, than what some other municipalities have, because we just have a lot more frequency of it. So even if our pay is equal, we're not really on equal terms because we have a lot more critical calls that we go to that puts the stress on. I've told you guys, one of the concerns I always have in the line of work, that I lose 2.5 times more people in the nation to suicides than we do to line of duty deaths because of stress this job puts on you, right? So there's a mental health aspect of it. Now, that compensation is not going to fix that part of it, but understand that our city, as great as the city is and as great people are, we have an element that causes harm to our community. And the ones who are running to those calls nonstop 24/7 a day is police officers, and then followed by firefighters because we need them to help us. And a lot of times they get there first and we get there to help them. So I don't differentiate between us and the fire department, even though I'm speaking for the police department.
Okay, I'll yield the floor. I'm in favor of the step increase. The fire department is supposed to have one already. I asked about. I don't have a copy yet, but I'm in favor of the step increase. We just got to talk about the compensation part.
Counselor Pelham?
And right now, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not looking to change the stuff. You already have. I'm literally talking about what I'm going to talk to city manager. If you guys approve this part, because this is the first step, is really going to just take the couple of the pay grades that we have and just kind of figure out, how many years should it take for an officer to go from the beginning salary to the end salary, right? It's not going to be, it's going to be several years. That's what we're talking about. I'm not talking about looking at compensation, increasing money, beginning salary, mid salary, or high salary. We're just talking about really using existing systems that are already in place and doing, from my perspective, a merit pay increase system.
Okay, thank
Counselor
you.
Pelham? Thank you.
And I was gonna say, I thought 3 years ago, we did bring the entry-level salaries up to Richmond's salary, which was 43, correct? You weren't here, do you remember that, or,
It was Chesterfield, and it was right before he got here.
but we matched it with some county or
Chesterfield.
city,
It was
whatever it was,
Chesterfield.
it went from 38 to 43, which made a lag for those people who had been here. They kinda like caught up with the people who may have had 3 to 5 years' experience or something like that. I mean, so we've done that, and, so it just, like you said, it's a matter of spreading it out between different steps so everybody will get their fair share.
Yeah, well, ma'am, I think the equity issue is that my sergeant with 5 years on is making the same money that my rookie sergeant. That's an equity issue.
Exactly,
Yeah.
that's
It's the same thing with my entry-level officer should not be making the same money with a 5-year officer. It's an equity issue, you know, it's not equality, we're not talking about equality here. We need to be equitable and value the experience, and that's why they're now going somewhere else, because that's what they're getting from those other departments. Saying, hey, you got 6 years on, I'm gonna start you here.
And that's why I would like to know, is it just salary why people leaving, or is it something else?
Well, there are a lot of other things here, but the
I
salary,
know, but, well, that's what we need to know. I'd like to know
none
what
of us can
27
address
officers,
those issues.
So
why
I do
did they
have,
leave?
Yes, ma'am.
so what I hear you saying, you said 303,000, right? When you say that, it sounds to me, if I'm asking you correctly, do you have a plan? Have you drafted a plan? How did you come up with this number?
Yeah, I've used our existing payroll system, and I've talked to the city
Okay.
manager and kind of put things in there and see where people are, how much time they had before they got here, and law enforcement. I mean, working as a traditional law enforcement. If you came from corrections, even though that's long experience, we're not counting that, because that's what other entities are doing, and I've adjusted for all of those things. So it's individual officers are not getting big raises, so to speak. Some are, because they've been here for 20 years, but most of them when you have 68 or 60-some people, it adds up.
Yeah, it looks like it's 44%, right, that we're lacking, in police officers. My other question, well, not even a question, I will make a statement that you can't buy experience. So I understand that we have other localities who are saying, hey, you have 5, 6 years? Or with retention, to have someone that what I heard you say, you mentioned that the highest experience that we have in the police department right now is 10 years?
No, I said that we have only 12 people with more than 10 years on.
With more than 10 years.
Right, I have the
That's only
most.
12 people.
12 people, yeah.
And, we need to retain experience.
And 42 that are under 5 years.
So experience is a big thing, especially in this field, right?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Is it possible that you could, I can't make a motion, but I know that you have a draft, or you've already created a step increase pay system, and we would like to take a look at it. Counselor Denton?
I was just going to say, let's make a motion to have the city manager and his staff research this with our police chief and present a proposal back to council at our first meeting in December.
I think he already has it in place. He has the draft.
Well, I have it in place. I mean, obviously, the city
Well-
manager then probably has to get HR involved in that, but,
I know we've got a lot of things coming up in September and October, so I'm just saying,
Can we do first meeting in October?
time-wise, is that too long?
listen, it's really, that's a city manager question. I mean, I'm ready. I mean, if he's gonna look at what I have, I'm ready now, but it's really, he has to go through his, process protocol.
Let's make it the first meeting in November,
Your call, I'll be ready.
that he would come back with a proposal.
I see lights on. Those with lights on, we have a motion on the floor. Well, partial motion. We're waiting for that to get cleared up, and then I will definitely take your comments.
I'd say, can we amend it to the first meeting in October?
My statement's about the meeting, about the motion.
She made a motion, never second. I'll
Who
second the
seconded the
motion.
motion?
I'll second it.
So, okay, there is a lot of things going on. Madam City Clerk, what is the motion on the floor?
The motion is to have the city manager research with the police chief and bring back to, city council at the first meeting in October.
No, it's December.
She said November.
Well, somebody said October and somebody said November, so I'm not sure where it landed.
It's October.
What do you wanna do?
So, Vice Mayor Parton asked if you would take a friendly amendment to put it to October, the first meeting in October.
Well, it was his thing, and he said 3 or 4 months, and
Well,
we're in the middle of August, September, that's 2 months, that's why I put November.
well, that was before I knew that he actually had a plan already done up.
Okay. Do you,
Well,
Well,
the city
if
manager's
we're not doing
here
our bells
tonight, so-
about friendly amendments, then I'd like to have a friendly
You have a
amendment to
friendly amendment?
include
Yes,
the
ma'am.
fire department. We cannot exclude them. We need to include the fire department in that
That's-
motion as well.
Very good, thank you.
What about Public Works?
Yes,
Yeah, throw Public Works in there.
yes.
Okay.
So that would give Public Works and the fire department their time, necessary time to make, you know, bring all of their, and do their own research and meet with the city manager. So, Counselor Pelham?
This discussion, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Also, if the, Ms. Griffin, if you could ask the city manager to provide us with a list of, you don't have to put the officer's name and the public works name, but I requested a long time ago the
Salary.
salaries of all of our people.
Yep.
This would be a good time to see officer name, whoever the person is with the number of years' experience, and their base salary. Cause I know they work a lot of overtime, and some people might make $43,000, but by the end of the year, they make 70. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we have a lot of overtime right now because we're so short, so.
Exactly, we've always been short.
Yeah.
Every-
Well, no, we've never always
For
been short.
16 years, we've been
Yeah.
short, and people,
Yeah. Well, I don't know, you
have
look at-
complained to me because one time, one chief didn't let them work a lot of overtime, so that's the 70 and 60 and 70,000, monies that they made, they couldn't make because they weren't working overtime. But now we in and out of it just for a few years that they did not make the extra money, and that is a stressor too, overtime, working 12 hours and
That's not.
having to work overtime, but I would just like to see Officer 1, 43,000, how many years he worked, so that we can make a wholesome decision as well.
Is that for everybody, every department we've included?
No, just
Yes, initially, I
public
love it
safety.
for all the
I think all
whole
of them.
city,
But
you know, but I'm just saying, but we can just do it for these 3 departments, but we really need to look at it for the budget-wise for the entire city.
Madam City Attorney?
That was actually my button. I pushed the wrong
We
one.
used to get it annually.
There's your button.
Director
Thank you.
Griffin?
My button's over here.
Thank you. I spoke to Mr. Altman about this prior to the meeting. It was his impression that he was going to provide you all a report in November. So if you're adding Public Works and Fire, I would request that you provide him more time. If you're gonna add the
I
two
think he can
departments.
get it
But he
done.
was thinking it was November.
Got a lot of fire under him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, what is the motion? Restate the motion, please.
Okay, motion is to have the city manager research with the police chief, fire department, and public works to bring back requested information in, do we go with October?
Yes,
First meeting in October.
yes. Counselor Gore?
Spirit fingers. So just to clarify, I thought this, if my memory's correct, from the last time we talked, it was about, not you, but it was about bringing us up to the regional. That's why I kept asking about regional. But when you answered Ms. Pelham's question, I understand a little bit better about what you're looking for. And what is concerning is when we did that study and the increase that I was referencing and she brought up, we were told that it did not create that equity issue that you just described. We specifically asked to make sure that senior people that were there their pay also was equivalent, so that way we didn't have what you're describing now. So,
What you have is you have a development process, right? And you can have, after a certain number of years, if you achieve all the other things that we put in place for a year, right? You can go to that, but it's not, you can't just achieve that. And I've had a couple of, one particular officer, because he wasn't getting the rating that was higher than just, doing his job. He was getting that, so he never got that. Now, I've changed that to say, this is the standard, so he can get to that, because he's a good worker. The problem that I see in some of that, if you're a strong contributor here, is that what kind of training have you given to supervisors to determine, especially in the line of work that I'm in, what makes a better officer than somebody else? Because it's just not about arrest, right? So I look at what happened on your shift. Okay, you made a lot of traffic stops, traffic tickets, but what happened on your shift? So they have to be balanced. You can't just go with numbers, so to speak. And I think there's a tendency in my line of work to just only focus on your output and not the outcome, so to speak. So, and I think no one perfect system is perfect. Everything has their pluses and minuses. You do have some differences at the officer level. You have none at the lieutenant and the captain and the sergeant level. They all make the same money. Whether they have 5 years on, 6 years on, they're a rookie sergeant.
No, that gives me the clarity I needed, so thank you for that. So I support this. I thought it was something different than what was told to me earlier, so thank you for that.
Thank you. Counselor Randolph?
I just have a point of clarity on the motion, to bring to us in October the requested information, as the clerk said. What is the requested information?
Very good.
Well, I mean, we need to make sure that we're all in agreement so that all three departments know exactly what they're supposed to be bringing to us.
Thank you for that, Counselor Randolph.
That's what she said.
Vice Mayor Parton, what is the list of items?
Well, it's to create the step pay raise system. So just bring back a proposal and a presentation. I think that's the best way, the most encompassing way to do it.
You left off Counselor Pelham's ask.
I would like to see the salaries of each employee under there, from chief to the lowest.
So it would,
Yeah, I would assume that would be part of the packet itself,
Yeah.
the actual, full proposal.
Thank you.
but we would like that added as well, please.
So we're going to,
And salaries of every employee under those umbrella,
of those three,
Yes.
okay.
but eventually everybody.
Just have a question, if I can ask that question. That's
Can you
public
wait
info.
just-
That's, yeah,
Can you
sorry.
wait just a minute till we get this clear? So we're saying the proposal of,
Not
step
public.
pay raises, and then the other one was the salaries of all employees in that department,
Those departments.
all three of them. Okay.
And I answer chief problem is public information if they make.
And that's fine, I'm just
50,000
asking,
Only if they make 50,000 and above. I've never seen a salary below 50,000 in any research that I've done. So if you know somewhere else, you can find it.
You only wanted it
They
for
only
50,
report out
50
50,000.
and above?
No, I want the salary of all our employees
No,
that
what
we
she's
talk
saying is the
about.
reports that you see
I'm just
online
answering
are
his
only
question.
50,000 and above. They don't go below.
If
And
you-
that's
if you-
only if HR supplies the information, and that hasn't happened in a while.
Did that answer your question?
So we're only asking for two things, general as they are, but two things, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
All salaries.
That's fine, that's all I wanted clarity on, thank you.
And, Chief,
Yes, ma'am.
and you had a comment?
No, that was it. I said,
Okay.
don't you have access to that now? It's public information.
Yeah. so
Okay,
we
I
don't-
just, I can give that to you tomorrow, because we know the salaries of
Well,
each
yeah,
person.
Okay, well,
Okay.
email it to me.
That'd be great.
Email it to me, because I would
Yes,
love to
please
see where you,
email it.
and you just.
Well, I'll give it to this manager and give it to you.
Oh,
follow my
trying to
chain.
get it.
No,
We were
give
trying to
me-
get it tomorrow. We were trying
Make
to
sure
get
you
it.
put your source in there. Put
He
your
follows
source.
the rules.
Yeah, he doesn't need to. We need the data.
Okay, I think I heard someone say call for the vote.
No, you
No,
didn't.
you
She just
didn't.
said that.
You
You
heard
could just do
yourself
roll
say
call.
Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes,
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes,
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 7-0.
And if you
Thank
got in
you,
trouble with
Chief
my boss, I won't be back.
Mr. Reed Miller.
This the last one. We need to change this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, members of council.
Citizens talk should go first.
Just bear with me 1 second.
Too long.
I put it on lectern. Are you displaying your,
Yeah, mine's up on this.
it is, okay,
Here comes the boss.
it should be up.
Plug it in.
Okay, can you all see that on your monitors? Okay. Excellent. Okay, I'm gonna present some information tonight on the Hopewell City Marina. I think most of you have probably chatted with me in the past about some of the issues that are ongoing. Obviously, the marina is an older facility. We've made some wonderful upgrades, but unfortunately, those upgrades were not all inclusive, and we have some pieces that are still remaining and very rapidly reminding us of their age on a daily basis. So we're gonna go through some detailed information. And really, this presentation is just kind of a precursor to once we're able to get more quotes and a more developed plan, and we know what kind of funding requirement we're talking about, then we'll be back before you to seek approval at that time. But this is just the information you need kind of in advance of the future decision-making process that we ultimately will have to go through. I'm just going to give a quick overview of each slip at the marina. The slips are the covered boat sheds. There are 3 of those. LDOC is closest to the boat ramp, or the westernmost shed. This is the boat shed that is in the worst condition currently. It has extensive roof failure to the roof cover. It has some very glaring roof structure issues, and it has some very glaring piling issue problems. I think when we get into the pictures here, that's going to tell 1,000 words or more. And I won't read this word for word. Certainly, you all can see this and read. This is just kind of an overview of what we're dealing with. We'll spend some more time on the images. This is an image of the roof on LDOC. The image on the left of your screen shows the holes in the roof cover. There are many holes, so these slip runners are paying for a covered slip, but they are essentially not covered. So this is a huge problem. Anytime water comes in, or anytime we have rain comes through. The majority of this damage was caused by a hailstorm, combined with the age of this roof. So when we did the renovation project in 2013, the roof on NDOC, which is closest to the bridge, was fully replaced. The roof on LDOC was not. So it was much older. The roof on NDOC resisted the hail, no problem. Obviously, the roof on LDOC didn't do so well. We've run into a number of issues with trying to get that roof replaced, specifically with some of the structure supporting the roof, the pilings and the beams, rafters, all of those. The image on the right of your screen, and of course that's been fixed now, but that is a roof support beam that has basically just cracked and failed due to its age and condition and the water intrusion from the failing roof cover. So that's a very scary thing to see happening. We actually have that happening on NDOC now, which is the better of the two. You'll see a picture of that in a minute. But obviously that is a cause for great concern. We will move to the next slide. These are more images of LDOC. That first image on the left, you can see that is a piling. That is a piling that goes all the way up to the roof. And you can see down closer to the water level how that piling has degraded significantly. And that's not uncommon in marinas built like this that have fixed pilings. The area that is exposed from water and then underwater due to the tidal fluctuation, that area of constant change is typically where you start to see the failure in pilings. We obviously have a significant amount of that. These are all on LDOC. The picture in the middle, obviously that shows a piling that has failed significantly. You can see the wooden bracing that was used. I believe those braces were installed close to 10 years ago prior to the renovation project. And the braces have started to fail. So now we've, in the last 2 or 3 years, tried to remedy the problem further with the image all the way to the right. That is a very heavy steel bracing that's put on either side of the piling, almost like a splint, and then bolted through to hold things together. These are very big and very expensive Band-Aids. These do not solve the problem. These really don't extend the longevity of the facility by any significant means. These are just to make sure we have a sound structure for the time being. And those are the most significant issues on LDOC. Again, that is the worst. Certainly, if you'd like to see it in person, any of these, we can arrange for that. MDOC is the middle boat slip. That's the one that does not have a roof. We were in a similar situation to what we're dealing with now on LDOC. The decision was made at that time to remove the roof because the dock itself was in fairly decent condition, but the roof was failing so badly it was taken off. Those were converted to open slips, not covered slips. We're starting to see issues in MDOC now. The decking is starting to fail. The pilings are aged very, very much so. I mean, these facilities, I believe the Yacht Club organized and formed in the early 1950s. And then shortly thereafter, a lot of these structures were built. So we're talking about wooden structures that have been in water for 70 years. They have a finite lifespan, and we are fast approaching the end of it. Some images to illustrate what we're dealing with. You can see the decking. You can see that it's weathered, aged. It is very loose when you walk on it. The thick structure has a lot more movement than it should have. The bush growing there is coming out of a piling. That's typically not where you want your bushes to be. And then the image on the right is, again, just showing the age of the piling. It's hard to see in the image, but that cross member that you see the bolt going through has a ledger board nailed underneath it to provide additional support. That was not originally there. That was added at some point because of the thought that may give way and drop down. So additional support has been added. And of course, that stays underwater for a good portion of the year. So MDOC is not as critical, but it is older. We don't have anything overhead that's at risk of falling down, but still that structure is in very poor condition, and again, reaching the end of its useful lifespan. NDOC is as mentioned previously, the covered slip closest to the Route 10 bridge, or easternmost on the property. It is in the best condition. I think that is partially due to that full roof replacement that happened back in 2013. But we did have significant storm damage that occurred in July, at the beginning of July of this year. Some of the roofing panels were ripped off. I think you all probably remember that storm that came, very powerful thunderstorm, came right down the river. I know in Ward 3 and Wards 4 that kind of neighbor the river, there were significant power outages, trees downed. We didn't escape without injury either. We lost some pilings, and then we lost some roof panels, and we had another roof beam failure that's been deemed related to that storm. That is going to be covered by an insurance claim. We haven't gotten the exact numbers on what the claim payout will be. We do have a $10,000 deductible for any items like this, so they have to be fairly substantial for that to really kick in and make a difference. These will be fairly substantial. So these images illustrate where the roofing panels have been torn off. This runs down the ridge line of the roof. I believe it is, I want to say it's 12 or 13 panels total that came off. And then it's a little tough to tell, but the middle image there demonstrates a very similar issue to what you saw on LDOC. That is a roof beam, and where it connects into the sidewall, that beam has failed. Now, that's not storm damage. That's been an ongoing problem, but it was worsened by the storm damage, so it is covered under the claim. But that's another support issue that we're dealing with there on NDOC. These are just a few of the Band-Aids that we've had to do over the beginning in late 2018 through present day. Some of the issues we've run into structurally that we've had to repair through the marina operating budget. Of course, with operating funds, there's a limit to what we can do. And this kind of talks about what those entailed and what we've been able to do within operating funds. The marina has a relatively small operating budget. It is not large. It's basically to maintain the store building and then replace boards and bumper rails and cleats as signage, small things like that throughout the year that either get broken or through normal wear and tear have to be replaced. It is not large to tackle anything of a capital nature in terms of normal operations. As a phased approach to dealing with this, we think the first steps obviously are repairing NDOC, getting that back to usable condition, which should be fairly easy to do. The next step would be removing the roof from LDOC, making that an open slip like MDOC. I'm sorry to be bouncing back and forth on I didn't name the slips, unfortunately. So it's a little tough to track, but L&M would be open. And then eventually, whenever funding could be determined and when we can scope out what this project entails, we would essentially remove completely LDOC and MDOC and replace them with a floating system, meaning no fixed pilings in the water. There would be stronger pilings, far fewer of them that would hold a floating system in place. We wouldn't deal with that tidal fluctuation. You wouldn't have to constantly go change your boat ropes every time we have a storm surge or weather event. So that's the idea, but that is very, very expensive. We have talked with an engineering firm that's given us just preliminary, kind of ballpark figures, and they are in the millions of dollars for something like this. That's getting into phase 2, and then phase 3, as I mentioned, we would rebuild. NDOC, if we get that roof fixed and make those structural repairs, NDOC has, in my opinion, significant amount of life left, so there's no reason to demolish or remove. But ultimately, maybe 10 years down the road, 15 years down the road, we'll be having the same discussion with NDOC that we are currently with L&M. It's going to reach a point where it's got to be either significantly rebuilt or entirely replaced. So that's kind of where we are. We know this is going to be a huge investment. Let me go ahead and jump ahead. There are a couple other smaller things going on at the marina. We have some paving failure. That's new pavement, but we've got 2 expert professionals over here that can help us out with that. We have a bulkhead that's failing on what we call the fishing side, underneath where the pavilion is. That bulkhead has completely failed. That is very expensive to rebuild and get back into a working order. Currently, we keep people far enough away from it where it's not a huge safety concern. But if anyone were to end up in the river because of the condition of the bulkhead, it would be very difficult to get them back out of the water. So that's something to consider. And of course, the staff that are kind of monitoring this, working on this, and developing our plan forward, myself, Mr. Austin Anderson, our construction manager with engineering, and Todd Hawks, the building official, have all been involved in this process and reviewing damage, looking at it. I believe Mr. Watson in the past has been down to inspect, offer up suggestions. We brought in third-party structural engineers who have issued reports on the current condition, whether or not they thought it was wise to try to replace a roof on unstable structure. Obviously, the answer to that is no. So we've been dealing with this, monitoring this, making repairs over the last 2 or 3 years. We're finally at a point now where we're going to really have to do something big, make a big decision, make a big investment, or determine a different path forward. And what I mean by that is, rather than invest tons of money into this particular facility that at the end of the day only serves 44 slip rent, we have a total of 44 slips, so 44 individuals are served by this. We could potentially revisit the thought, and this was something that we looked at previously many years ago, at the potential of selling a portion of the marina or the entire property to be operated as a private marina. Of course, with stipulations that the boat ramp and kayak launch and public access points always remain public access points. And that may be through boundary line adjustments or deeded easements, whatever the case may be. So we have options going forward. We don't have to commit to investing millions of dollars in the marina. Obviously, a marina is a very expensive thing to own and operate. In addition to these repairs, dredging is going to have to happen at some point. Some of you may have driven by at low tide and seen the island that we have right beside the kayak launch that's reappeared. That was completely dredged out in 2013, and here we are, 7, 8 years later, and it is back. So that's an ongoing process that we'll have to continue to manage. It is not a cheap process. Dredging is very, very expensive. It's very complex. It'll be very time consuming for the city staff working on it, managing that process. So that's a lot of information. It paints a picture of kind of where we are. We're actively securing quotes on minor repairs, on major repairs, on full replacement, trying to bring all of that together so that at some point in the future we can come to you and say, hey, to really do what we want to do at the marina, here's the actual price tag that comes with it. We're not there yet. Again, that insurance piece is kind of pending. We're waiting for those numbers. We know the in-dock damage is going to be roughly $13,000 to repair. The L-dock roof removal is probably going to be closer to $70,000, $75,000, but that is a ballpark. We haven't received a formal quote on that yet. And then, of course, further demolition, dredging, rebuilding, all of those things will become very, very expensive. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have about current conditions or future planning. We can go from there.
Vice Mayor Parton?
Question for you on the time frame and phasing that you have.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a basic timeline on what years you plan on doing phase 1, 2, and 3?
It's all totally contingent on funding.
Okay.
If we decide to move forward with that, it's all going to depend on where we find funding to do it,
Mm-hmm.
and how quickly we can get, depending on what's available, we may only have enough funding to do one slip per year as part of the capital budget. Or if we get to a point where our financial situation improves with our reporting and we can seek bonds or things like that may be able to be driven towards this, it's all going to depend on the availability of funding. So from a contractor standpoint, from a mobilization standpoint, it'd be great to do it all in one fell swoop. We
Right.
close the marina, we get it all done, we get all of our customers back in as quickly as possible and be done with it. From a realistic financial standpoint, it may be very incremental, which will just mean a longer overall process, probably higher cost in the long run because of the constant mobilization of contractors from year to year to year, and then just more customer interruption with the constant construction that'll be going on.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Counselor Pelham?
Oh, did you say that phase 2 will cost $75,000?
No, not all of phase 2. The L-dock, if we decide to move forward with removing the L-dock roof, because that is a critical piece of this, because it has failed, that itself is roughly going to be $75,000. But again, that is not a formal quote. That is a ballpark from a contractor. So that price could be less. It could be higher.
So you don't have a budget for each one of these phases?
Not yet, no. We have not been able to get quotes on what a full new floating system would cost. That requires a very substantial design process to get to where we need to be. So we're gonna have to invest some money in design and planning before we ever get a number on construction, just due to the overall scope of this project.
Will you go out for bid for that, or you just select?
Depending on what the design is valued at, we could potentially do that with an existing contract, but it's probably going to exceed their scope and ability. So yes, we would probably have to bid out the design in addition to the actual construction and repair.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Parton?
I just happened to think about this since this is coming to be a very costly to maintain, and a lot of deferred maintenance and capital outlay that's needed for this facility. Has the city or yourself investigated the possibility of creating a sort of enterprise account, that money that is made at the marina stays at the marina and goes back towards maintaining it, so we don't have these safety issues?
Yes, sir. We did look at that actually very recently. Not exactly under that purview, but I'll explain what we did do and what we came up with. So before we got into the process of renewing the marina lease, which we've started but have not completed due to some of these major maintenance issues going on, because ultimately what we decide to do is going to impact how the facility is leased out to someone. So that's kind of on pause until we get this a little bit more sorted out. But prior to doing that, we evaluated whether or not we should continue the lease of the marina, or if the city should resume operations of the marina and collect the revenues from slip rentals and boat ramp and store, whatever other revenue sources. And when we did the pricing comparison with the anticipated revenues with all the slips operating as fully functional condition, it would have cost us more to operate the marina than we would have collected in revenue. But now that's not to say we couldn't create an enterprise fund where, you know, the lease payments that we receive for leasing the marina to a private entity, those could go into an enterprise account, which then could be invested back into the marina. That would help. It would take several years for us to build up enough to even start to address this project. But I don't want to say that's not a possibility.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I don't see any, so.
Thank you for your time, and we'll be back soon with more and probably a request to go with it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm
This
putting it back on
time,
clock.
Madam City Clerk, did we have any communications from citizens? Has anyone signed up?
No, we did not.
Are there anyone here, any citizens who would like to speak on communications from citizens this evening? Okay. Moving on to regular business. Mr. Austin Anderson.
This is Austin. He's be here for any questions or any other technical matters on this. He is closer and probably the best to answer anything that comes up with these VDOT programs, but I'll give you a quick narration. This is called the State of Good Repair. First of all, good evening, Mayor and council members. Say hi this evening. This is a VDOT project in the city. It received $322,200 or $665 under the State of Good Repair program. And it's to construct the existing pavement surface on Route 36 eastbound between Wilmington Avenue and Miles Avenue. Pretty wide stretch of road. It starts out divided as the one-way section, and then it ends up merging together down at Miles, where it's got turn lanes and so forth. So it's a pretty wide section of road. The engineering department applied for this section of Route 36 and two other sections in December of 2019. In order to qualify for this funding, each project application had to meet the following criteria. Segment must be a locally maintained primary route, which we have 3, 36, 10, and 156 in the city. And the segment must have an average pavement critical condition index lower than 60, and it's the way pavement engineers rate pavement. So it did meet those 2 criteria. VDOT ranked each application using a formula based on the average daily traffic count and the CCI, the critical condition index. Obviously, we have a pretty high traffic count on this road corridor, particularly truck traffic on this corridor. So the pavement takes quite a beating. VDOT selected 67 projects statewide to receive State of Good Repair funding in December of 2020. And our segment of Route 36 was one of only 10 in the Richmond district that made the cut. So we were fortunate. Richmond district's the largest district in VDOT. It's, I think, 14 counties, 5 cities, 7 towns, so we did well. The city is very fortunate to receive at least one paving segment in each of the last 4 years, including Route 10. We did 2 segments in 2017 and 2019. We did a segment on Route 56, and we did a segment on Route 36 at South 15th Avenue last year. So we've been very fortunate to get these funds and apply for these. This program has allowed us to focus our neighborhood pavement management program on local streets and make much larger impacts in the neighborhood improvement area. So in other words, out of our paving dollar, these primary arterial routes, we're getting funding from VDOT to help us pay for those so that we can focus our pavement management funds on the neighborhoods. Since VDOT first started this program, 2016, the city has invested about $1.5 million in paving improvements along its primary routes, not including this section. One change this year is the project administration role. In the past years, the city's engineering department managed the work using our annual one-call paving contractor with VDOT oversight. This year it's changed. There's been federal monies put into this program, so the urban project construction agreement is necessary. We're going to have VDOT administer to this project because of the complexities in dealing with the federal monies that are now involved with this program. The city's share of this project is $0 as detailed in the project administration agreement, which is in your package. It's what I always call the budget page. That's the project, or the appendix A, I should say. To accept the funding, the city must complete the following actions. We must endorse by account. To accept the funding, the city must complete the following act. We endorse the project by council resolution, agree to enter into a project administration agreement, which we have in your package, and it's been looked at by city attorney and been approved to form. And then grant city manager signature authority to sign the urban project construction agreement, which is in your package. It's a standard document that VDOT puts out. We really can't change it. Prior to the city manager, the city attorney will or shall review and approve the agreement to form, which we've already done that step. Ms. Robinson has already looked at it for us. So if there's any questions, we're ready for any questions on it. This is a very beneficial program for funding for us. And as I said, Austin stays over top of this program for us, and he knows it inside and out.
Counselor Denton?
Yes, I would like to move the city council endorse the project of this, and by resolution, which we have attached, and agree to enter into the urban project construction agreement with VDOT. Also, to grant the city manager the authority to sign the urban project construction agreement. And prior to this, signature, the city attorney would review and approve the agreement form.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Denton, seconded by Vice Mayor Parton.
And
Counselor Pelham?
she would to add the amount of $332,000.
That's right.
And
The amount is $322,665.
300, yeah,
Do you accept that friendly amendment?
332,655.
Counselor Denton, do you accept the friendly amendment? Yes.
22,665.
Will you second it, Vice Mayor Parton? Thank you.
Oh, it's 30?
All right, motion's been made.
You're right. Okay.
Don't need to add anything?
Yeah,
Is there something we
let's
missed?
look at the appendix A, make sure you got the right number.
Okay.
Make sure I said it right.
332,665. My summary was off.
332,655.
Right. And the
665.
sample resolution is in the package, so
Yes.
the document has been looked at prior. So, okay.
All right, roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yes.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, you have 7-0, motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to regular business 2, I'm going to pivot to Director Griffin.
Yes, tonight you will have a presentation by Ms. Kimberly Hines of Central Virginia Waste Management Authority. She's going to speak to the waste management and collection issues that the city has been having over the past year, with little improvement in the level of service received. And also, there will be a representative here from Meridian if you have questions for him after the presentation. Ms. Hines.
Okay, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Thanks for having us here tonight. I can't see my screen here. There it is. I don't know anything about marinas.
lost ours.
Okay. Can you all see it on your screen?
Nope.
No.
We have it's the same as what you've given us.
Yes,
There
now
it
it's on
is,
there.
it's up there.
Oh, there it is, okay. Again, thank you for having me tonight so we can talk about the trash program. I thought I'd start out just as kind of a refresher of who we are, what we do, our relationship with the city and Meridian, and how that organizational structure works before getting into some of the contract details. We are a public
Would you mind
service.
speaking into that microphone?
Oh, I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
Katie. We are a public service authority. We were formed under the Virginia Water and Waste Authorities Act, so we're considered a political subdivision of the state, just like the city and the counties that we serve. We were basically formed in response to the state mandating that localities plan for where their solid waste was going to go and mandating recycling. So that was sort of the impetus for the formation for the 13 localities to come together to achieve those goals collectively, combine resources and economies of scale. So again, we have 13 localities that are members, have been the same 13 localities since our inception. Very diverse region between urban, suburban, and rural communities. We serve a population of 1.2 million, spans 2,500 square miles. We have a 20-member board of directors. They're appointed by you all, governing bodies of our localities. Monique Robertson, who is here, serves as our member representative for the city, and we also work very closely with Ed Watson as well. We are completely local government funded, so we don't get any funding from the state or anything like that. So we're get an operating assessment based on 48 cents per capita. Since our region is very diverse, we recognize that one size doesn't always fit all, so we provide a menu of services to, solid waste and recycling services that best fit, that you can pick and choose from that best fit your needs for the city and for your residents. We do not own any trucks. We do not own any landfills or recycling facilities. We contract everything out to the private sector in accordance with the Virginia Public Procurement Act. So we essentially serve as an extension of your staff and take some of those burdens off of your staff for things like procurement and administering and monitoring the contracts. So we work for you. We work for the city. As I said, we're kind of serve as an extension of your staff. We in turn contract with vendors to provide those services. Meridian Waste is the one that provides the trash collection service. And as you mentioned, Bob Pfister is here from Meridian Waste to answer questions as we start to talk about service and service issues. So what we do, or what our role is for you, is we are procuring, negotiating, administering, and monitoring contracts on your behalf and to achieve economies of scale with multiple localities involved. We also provide customer service, call center for residents to call. It's our number that they see on their cans, and so we're providing that customer service, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a minute. And of course, Meridian Waste is contracted to provide the services that we outline in the contract, which in this case is weekly residential trash collection and disposal. So just a little bit about the contract for trash. We have contracts for trash collections in 4 municipalities, including Hopewell, Petersburg, Colonial Heights, and the town of Ashland. They are collected I'm on a schedule so that Meridian is in one locality, almost one locality at a time on a given day. So our schedule is, as you all know, for the city, for Hopewell, the trash collection occurs mostly on Monday for most of the city. We also collect the town of Ashland on Mondays. And on Tuesdays, there are 2 routes in Hopewell, and the rest is Petersburg Recycling, and then the rest of the week, Colonial Heights and then Petersburg. So that's kind of how the collection works. As far as the contract, the we have separate contracts for each municipality. Colonial Heights' contract ends soon in the next year, for July of 2022, so we are procuring for those services now. And the other three, including Hopewell, expire on June 30th, 2024. So we still have 3 years left on the current contracts. Just a little bit about our customer service. We have a trash hotline, we have a recycling hotline. They all go to the same place. We also provide a larger recycling program throughout the region in 8 other municipalities as well. So we're taking in over 100,000 calls a year. You can kind of see how our call volume has grown on average, our average monthly call volume. We do that right now with 3 FTEs. We've been trying to hire a fourth customer service representative so we can make sure that we are providing timely response to citizens. When everything is going smooth, the system works great. Obviously when we're having service issues or when the call volume is higher than normal, we recognize that our system is a bit antiquated. We are looking at revamping our phone system, of course making sure we have enough staff to answer those calls, automating it a little bit more so that we can provide better and more informative information and be more communicative. So we struggled a little bit in the beginning of COVID and as I'm sure everybody did, in trying to shift that customer service to working remotely from being in the office, and that did take us some time to get those kinks worked out. As far as the nature of calls, kind of listed the top 3 reasons folks call us. Number 1 being service issues, if their trash was missed or which is the number one reason folks call. Cart issues, whether their cart was damaged, needs repair, they need a new one, that sort of thing. And then bulky waste collection is pretty high on the list. So just going over some of the service issues. One of the ways we monitor the performance of our contractors, and there are a number of ways, but I guess the one that's most prominent is miscollections. Everybody wants their trash picked up and they want it picked up on time, and we totally get that. And so we have a real-time customer service application where, call comes in, we log the miscollection. Meridian Waste can see it in real time and be able to respond to it. And we have timeframes in our contracts that they're supposed to respond. This is just over the last 2 years what our average miscollections have been per week. That top line there is in total for all 4 municipalities, and then for the city of Hopewell is that bottom line there, which pretty much mirrors the top line in most cases. So just to put some notes in there, I guess, you can see where COVID began. July, August of last year, we had a disruption after a leadership transition at Meridian. They had some drivers leave, and took several weeks to recover from that. The misses went back down and were pretty steady till about late March, early April, or May timeframe of this year. It's a more driver transition and turnover. Bob can explain a little bit more about that and what has happened and what they're doing going forward. Misses are coming back down, so services is getting better. Some of what we're doing, or what we have been doing to try to fix the issues, work with Meridian on service and solutions. We work with them daily. We are emailing, calling, we're back and forth all day long. And while we have penalties and assessments that we have assessed in the past and can do, I guess as these issues arise. But our first course of action is to try to work with them, or try to work with our vendors to find a solution and so that we continue to provide a more consistent and reliable service. However, we have gotten to some points where we've needed to be a little bit more formal, assess penalties, issue notices of noncompliance or notices of default, and we have done that. Tried to put on here some of the things that we, like last summer, we issued a notice of noncompliance, and as a result, we also adjusted those 2 routes in Hopewell to Tuesday collection to alleviate some of the heavy volume on Mondays. And that seemed to help for a little while. And then most recently in April of this year, we have, again, we had some service disruption. We met with the leaders in Hopewell, Colonial Heights, Petersburg, and Ashland, along with Meridian, to see how we can fix the problem. We did end up issuing a notice of default for significant collection issues. And you can see the timeline. I don't, if you want me to go through them, I can, but Meridian has responded with force majeure, and we've continued to meet with Meridian leaders, Hopewell leaders, the city managers, as we're going through the process. Meridian did respond and that indicated that they revised some drivers' pay. They promised to fully staff and provide supervisors in their response to the default. They have also FOIA'd us in the last month or so for house count information, which we have responded to. Like I said, ongoing meetings with Meridian to discuss any lingering issues, set up monthly review meetings. We've met with localities. We did draft an RFP that included all 4 municipalities. So like I said, Hopewell's Colonial Heights is the most time sensitive because their contract ends June 30th of next year. But we included all 4 localities in the procurement, even if we take your contract out to July 1st of 2024.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, are we going to extend the meeting?
Vice Mayor Parton.
Yeah, I move that we extend the meeting to finish item R3.
Do item R3, okay.
Second. Motion to extend the meeting to R3 by Vice Mayor Parton, seconded by myself. Roll call.
Counselor Pelham,
Yeah.
Mayor Bennett,
Yes.
Counselor Randolph,
Yeah.
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore,
Yes.
Open-ended.
Counselor Denton.
No.
Mayor Bennett, you have 6 to 1, motion passes to extend meeting to finish
you.
R2, 3.
Keep going?
Please, thank you.
No.
Okay. All right, so we issued a request for proposals on July 15th for trash collection services. And in the meantime, I guess Meridian has petitioned us to renegotiate the current contracts and increase fees, which I think you all saw. Going forward, we're again continuing to meet with Meridian to discuss the issues and solutions. We will be responding to the petition for rate increases. The proposals for the RFP are due on August 31st. We're hoping to award those contracts in October and have contracts executed by December 31st. So that's where we are. And I'm happy to have introduced Bob Pfister if you want to come up and,
Who? We do have
or
some.
if you have specific questions for.
Yes, Counselor Pelham.
I didn't even know it was RFP, maybe I'm missing something. Did y'all know that? There's
What?
an RFP
There's an
for.
RFP? Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
did, okay, I'm behind.
They put
But-
it out to us.
Huh?
That information was put out to us.
I said I missed it, okay?
So, okay,
That's
I'm just
not
wondering.
a question.
Yes, so please,
In your draft, on the, if you wanna go back to this screen, it seems like Hopewell is a smaller city to the other person that you support, but the performance for Hopewell looks like maybe 125 compared to the total, monitoring was 3, maybe 20 or 10. So we have the larger percentage of the 3 other districts, or is that what that mean?
You're looking at this, the average misses?
You miss Hopewell more, and we smaller. I didn't quite understand that. And the same thing with when the driver turnover happens, our numbers, it seem like they're always higher than the other 3 or 4 districts. Because the green line represents everybody you serve, correct?
Correct. Represents a
It's
total
the
for
red
all.
of everybody, but out of that, when you extract Hopewell, we percentage-wise take the bulk of the miscollection.
Well, this is, the green, the top one is for, just the 4 municipalities in the trash
Right.
collection program.
Total, 310 maybe, right?
Correct.
But then Hopewell has 125 of the 310.
Right.
It seems
And
like for us being a smaller municipality, we're
Right.
taking the bulk of the hits.
Well, the number of, I guess just to compare, the city of Petersburg has the highest number of households, highest number of chances to miss. So there's about 11,000 households compared to 8,500 in the city, and then Colonial Heights and Ashland are smaller.
I thought we had 10,000 households.
But how does that not take away her point that she's asking about?
So,
Because the total is what she's talking about.
I would like to ask council to please use your lights.
Okay, yeah, this, I don't know.
Counselor
This is an
Pelham, do
interesting
you
point.
have, is there any, Counselor Pelham, did
And
you?
so with the RFP, did you already select Meridian again?
No, it's still out on the street. We
Still
haven't
on-
gotten proposals in yet.
Okay. That's all I have right now.
Counselor Randolph?
Hi.
Good evening. I've been quite involved in this for a number of months and never did get good understanding of the causes for the, as Ms. Pelham said, the higher percentage per pickups that we had. I agree with Ms. Pelham that it shows that Hopewell seemingly has a lot more problems, or had a lot more problems than we should have, being a small locality with lesser housing. And driver turnover was given to us as the reasoning behind this. However, there's been a recent article in the paper concerning Meridian's expansions, continued expansions throughout other areas, and using a lot of the fundings and income that they're making into expansion versus what they had to do here. And I'm concerned about that because we continually missed the same people over and over and over again. I called every week for probably 2 months for, I know, a handful of people, the same people. And their frustration level at us for not being able to get our contracts negotiated appropriately put me in a position. Most of the constituents did not understand that we are in this waste management group. And certainly we hope that this does give us economies of scale. But with the failure that we've had this year with you all being able to answer calls, and Meridian being able to collect on a regular basis for large portions of the city, has questioned me as to, quite frankly, how Meridian thinks we're gonna give them a pay increase on services that we can't seem to get right. And so I'll hopefully hear from them, but how do you manage as our negotiator in situations like this? When do you start bringing in the factors of repeated calls that you got involved in, repeated emails? And I know that you finally, did some penalties, but, in your discussions with them, did you give Meridian the thought process that it was going to benefit them to come to the localities and ask for a pay raise at this point?
Well, I never gave them any indication that it was gonna benefit them to, to do that, for sure. But, we've had lots of discussions, ongoing discussions. And, even through the contract and through the default process, they have a period of time to cure, during that. And even if we found them in default, getting another trash vendor in is not an overnight process. So we're trying to thoughtfully go through a process so that with the new procurement, if something were to happen in the future, that we would have a plan, a better plan.
And I guess what I'm asking more so is, what was the plan before now for a complete failure? We haven't had a complete failure, but we had a company that pretty much had to sell to someone else because of the situation internally. And so that was a complete failure on their part. And had they not found a buyer, what would we have done? So I guess you have to set up pandemic type plans for complete failure and how we get our trash taken care of and how quickly that's done, because certainly that's an issue of grave concern for trash to be sitting. So how do you all plan for that, and have you changed your plans or augmented them at this point since the takeover from Meridian from our last vendor?
So I guess pre-COVID, if we were found in a default situation, we would have an easier time getting an emergency vendor in under an emergency contract while we did a procurement. Now, now there's just, there's shortages in drivers, there's a longer lead time in getting trucks, and so vendors aren't as, everybody's sort of struggling to get things picked up or handle what they've already got versus, so under a normal situation, it would still take us some time to find them in default, get an emergency vendor in, and to pick up where they left off, and to provide that seamless service. So that's, now the pandemic impacted that a little bit too, with being able to find them in default. And if we were worried we wouldn't be able to get anybody to come in to pick up. So no, that doesn't answer your question, but we're, we are working on that in the next contract on how we can strengthen that, if this situation were to arise again.
Thank you.
Counselor, yes, ma'am.
No, go ahead.
Counselor Gore and then Counselor Pelham.
Yes, I have a few questions, but the biggest thing is, I just want the public to have clarity on what your role is as it relates to the city, because you said several times in your presentation that you consider us, you guys are our employees, but that's not really accurate.
Correct.
And so the public doesn't need to get that perception. So we need to get that cleared up, and I'll ask the attorney if she can potentially, or you can, and then if there's any clarity, we can ask for it down, but please, for the public to understand your role with the contractor.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to create a misperception on who we are, that we're a part of your staff. We consider ourselves partners, but we are a separate entity that the city is a member of.
Right.
Does that help?
The public will think that
Okay,
we should be asking our staff to pick up the trash.
I understand, I understand.
And that's the problem that we're dealing with. So your job is to help procure and negotiate contracts on behalf of localities. And so I guess the question is, do we have anybody here from Meridian that can answer questions, stuff?
Absolutely.
Ready?
Good evening. My name is Bob Pfister. I'm the area president for Meridian Waste here in Virginia. I'll just give you a little background on myself. I'm new to Virginia. I came down at the end of March. I've been in the Chicago area most of my life. I've got 40 years of experience in waste removal. I've been in the industry 40 years. A vast majority of that is working with municipalities, municipal contracts. And I had the challenge to come down and I took it. I really like Virginia. It's quite different than Chicago and it's quite better than Chicago. So, but to give you just an idea, when we looked at Kim's graph, I was fortunate enough to be the one that came in right at the top of the second thing. So that's when I came in. So anyway, I'm here to answer questions. I'm the one with the bullseye on his chest. So, you know, don't be afraid to ask questions if I don't know there's something wrong. I can't correct them. So feel free. But I just want to introduce myself in case anybody had questions for me. So.
No,
I just don't think that there was clarity. Well, I have two more questions. I don't think I've heard clarity on the questions Counsel Pelham had asked about if that is the total number, why do we make up more than an equitable amount?
On this piece?
Yeah, maybe you can answer that.
Okay, well, Bob might even be able to help with that on why their feeling is that Hopewell misses are a little bit more than any other municipality percentage-wise.
Based on the data, not a feeling, because if you look at, unless the data is not accurate, the green you said is a total of everyone together.
Mhm.
That number is 310, I think you said. Hopeful by itself, I think we pointed out was 100 and,
25.
20, so.
It looks like
Here,
120.
like 1/3 out of everyone.
One,
Why?
And, yeah, and you have probably a little less than 1/3 of that number of total number of households. I think maybe some of the challenge is the Monday collection. I don't know if you want to speak to that and the volume.
I guess my question is, you keep bringing up households, and I don't understand how that's relevant, and that would just please correct, give me context.
Mhm.
Because if this is the total number of misses, it doesn't matter if you have 5 households or 10,000 households, a miss is a miss. And so with the total misses, we have more misses than anybody else. We make up a large percentage of the misses.
Yeah, I was just referring to it as percentage of number of households, because there's only 1,700 households in town of Ashland. There's, 6,500 households in Colonial Heights, and then there's 11,000. I understand the question, and I have to go back and look at the numbers in the other localities and the percentages.
Okay, I'll let it go, but we do need that data, because the way your chart is listed, it says average missed collections per week. And you said that the green is cumulative of everyone that you work with.
Correct.
And then that the orange is Hopewell. So just
Right.
looking specifically at your numbers and your data, it does mean that we have a significant.
A misproportionate number of misses.
And so.
Yep, and I'll let
and
Bob.
that doesn't seem to be relevant to household numbers at all.
Right.
So if we can get clarity on that, and I mean.
Yeah,
don't think
and I
it's-
can follow up with some more information, but Bob probably has from an operational perspective too on, different challenges in the different municipalities, collection days, things like that, volume. Do you wanna-
Yeah.
I don't know if you know.
I can try to address that. Well, you're absolutely right, a miss is a miss, and it doesn't matter where it's at. You get calls, we get calls, everybody misses a miss. So, but there are challenges with this contract, and not just the contract that we have in Hopewell, but basically all of them, and it has to do with the bulky waste. We have different types of trucks that we collect with, and one of them you'll notice is a side loader, and it has an arm that comes out that dumps. Well, that truck can't pick up bulk waste, which is a dresser, chair, or whatnot. So that truck will go by, and we'll have a bulk truck come back later in the day to get it. But what happens is, well, in some instances, not every instance, but we'll have a resident call and say, they missed my bulk. So we'll have a miss get called into the office, we'll get it put on the list, and it'll become a miss. However, we haven't gotten there that day. Now, I'm not making an excuse, because there are times when we have misses, and we have missed streets and whatnot, and I know we've had emails back and forth on that, and I'm not trying to,
I got you.
I'm not trying to say that's, but there's a number of reasons why there may be a miss, and a lot of it has to do with the bulk waste and the amount of waste that's required to be picked up in these contracts and what can be picked up with a route truck. And when I came in March, I arranged things a little bit differently to make sure that we collected all the carts and all the bags and came back and picked up the bulk differently. We were having a problem that I noticed where we had route trucks that were trying to pick up all the bulk too. They would pack out faster, they wouldn't get the routes completed because there's only so many hours in a day that you could do it, when the dumps are open, when you can take it. So I changed things around. So although you see more misses, I think you'll see that in the last, go ahead.
Did you communicate that change?
Counselor Randolph?
Sorry. Because I don't wanna take over, I just wanted to ask that one little
Yeah.
piece.
Go ahead.
When you did that change, did you communicate to the city so that we could communicate to the citizens the change?
No, I didn't. No, absolutely, I did not.
And the
I
other-
apologize for that, but no, I
That's
did not.
okay.
I'm just being honest.
I just have two last questions. and
Sure.
I'll go to the floor. So the other thing is, I heard it was mentioned that you contract out your trucks. Why don't you purchase your own trucks? Is there a reason why that's the way? Because even with this, I would think you would purchase a truck.
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand you with the
I
mask.
In the presentation, I
Oh, I'm
thought I
sorry.
heard you say that you contract out your trucks, right? You don't purchase them.
We don't, we contract out for the service.
Right, but I think you said like, okay,
So we don't,
purchase
yeah.
them.
So we're not doing
So
the
why
operations
they-
are.
Have you guys asked for them to purchase more trucks or get more trucks in order to fulfill the contract? Is my question. So I'll just word that better.
Have we asked them to buy more trucks? And
I'm
so,
trying to address the issues if he's saying that the truck wasn't what it needed to be in order to pick up what the business. Has there been the negotiations, discussion about addressing the truck issue?
no, not specifically, not for us to demand that they buy new trucks. I mean, we have requirements in the contract that they have to provide the service and they have to provide it timely. How many trucks they use and how many routes and how many people is
Okay,
up to them to fulfill the contract.
but they're not fulfilling it, that's the problem, right?
Right.
So, I mean, that's part of negotiation. And then the other last question I have is, I'm just gonna say, I'm not in favor of increasing it, clearly. Because, I get it, there's a lot of people struggling because of COVID, organizations, I get it. But we've been dealing with trash problems for a long time, and it just exasperated because of COVID, but it's been there prior to COVID. So this isn't a new conversation, it's the first time we've gotten to this level. So for me to ask my constituents to pay more, when they've already been dealing with not quality trash collections, I can't do. And so, I don't think there's anything that's gonna convince me to change my mind, on this issue. Now, if council can do it, more power to them, I hope you guys are successful, but, I just can't justify it when they visibly see, and it's not just not picking up the trash, it's a time of night they go out. It's, when they're driving the truck, there's stuff spilled in the road, it's constant issues, the canisters being damaged, like, these are just not COVID-related issues that have been going on. And so, I understand the struggle, but I just can't put that on my constituents.
Counselor Pelham?
Yeah, the other thing is, do you think you underbid the contract? I mean, did the people underbid the contract? You weren't here, so you may not know, but did Meridian underbid the contract not knowing what the service would have to yield?
I truly can't answer that question. I've been
weren't
here
here.
since March, so I'm sorry, I can't. I don't have any knowledge of that, so I
Okay.
can't, I'm sorry, I can't answer.
And the other thing is too, huh?
I can just say that their pricing was considerably lower than the other pricing that we got at the time when we did this in 2013.
So that's how you pay what you get, what you pay for, right? But also, how the other three localities feeling about the increase? If we say no, do they still get the increase? Cause it's a regional decision, or do you make the ultimate decision against the,
Well, we're working with all the municipalities, all the city managers and the town manager
So-
on our response.
so if our city, we tell our city manager to say no, what happens? Cause he don't make that decision. And so what happens to the other three if they say yes? Would it a majority, or do 2 people cities have to say yes before to make this?
Well, they're 4 separate contracts, so
Okay.
we could do something separate, differently, but,
So it's
so they're
regional,
under
but
4
it's not
separate
regional.
contracts at the moment.
It's regional, but it's not regional. See, I was always.
Well, it falls under the regional umbrella, yes.
But how
But the
can
con,
So if we say no, how can we just not have a contract? Then you would negotiate a new contract with us separately?
we could do that. I mean, I don't think, and I don't wanna, speak for Meridian, you know, depending on what our response is, we're not planning to, that would be an automatic cancellation of the current contract.
Well, and the other thing is that with all the COVID money, didn't y'all get millions of dollars for your company for driver turnover and all that? A lot of companies got money when they didn't have employees servicing, giving a service. All that PPE money, did y'all company get any of that?
I'm sorry?
The PPE money from the government, did y'all get any of that money?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of.
Really? Y'all missing out. The CARES money, I'm sure you got something, right?
I'm sorry?
The CARES money that the government has been giving out to every company that had lost revenue or lost employees, and you didn't get,
I'm the area president for Virginia, but I don't, that would be done at a corporate level, and I really don't have any, I don't have any
Oh, yeah.
knowledge of that.
They got it, I'm sure. I know they did get it.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's it.
Counselor Denton, and then Counselor Randolph, and then I'll go.
Yes, I do appreciate your response to our city manager's office when they call you about the pickups that haven't been made. You've been out my way a lot. And I do appreciate you picking them up, but I will have to say it bothers me that every week I get, on Mondays, I hate to get up because I start getting calls. 11 o'clock, no pickup. 1 o'clock, no pickup. Our pickup day is Monday. At 9:30 on Monday night, no pickup. And then I get texts. So I spend a lot of my time riding around this city on Mondays and Tuesdays in my ward, checking to see if the trucks have picked up the containers that are missed just about every week. I can tell you who they are. And some of them are porch pickups. They can't get their trash out to the street. It is a problem. And I tell them, do not empty that trash, do not take it down to the curb. I will do it first. But you do go out and you make sure it is picked up, and I appreciate that. But I've already gotten them this week. The round was supposed to be picked up on Monday. It wasn't picked up last night. It wasn't picked up today till about 10:30. So they don't know why you put your toters out on Monday. We have a 12-hour, we have to get them back off of the street within 12 hours. They're out there for 24. I send emails every week to quite a good number of the constituents in my ward. Last Saturday, when I sent out my normal update, I told them that you all were gonna be here tonight, and I said, come and join us. But a lot of people are older. I'm not, but anyway. They sent me emails, and I meant to bring them tonight, but I was running a little late. I'm gonna bring them down and give them to our city manager. I received, I'm not gonna tell you how many. Do not increase their rates. We don't know if they're ever gonna pick up our trash. They're unhappy. I don't know any other way of putting it. It is my number one, I guess, challenge to have 1 week go by and no phone calls. Everything has gone well. And I get calls. One of the last ones I got was my wife and I go out and we walk every morning. We had to cut our walks short on Monday because the trash picks up the containers and drops the juice on the road, and this heat, we can't stand it. I don't know what can be done, but I get all of these complaints, I'll tell you, all of them. And I need you to tell me how I can say, okay, folks, we've been fighting this battle, but I can see it coming to an end. Help me bring this to an end. I really need your help.
Well, I appreciate your candor. I really do. Let me try to explain some of the issues that have transpired, some of the things that I've started to fix in my short tenure here, and maybe that will give you a little bit of comfort. But you know, I would hope that everybody here still understands that we are in the middle, and we are still in a COVID crisis. We are still in a pandemic, and the labor pool that we have for CDL drivers is shrinking, and it's shrinking bad. I have finally got to where I am only one driver short of what I need to collect everything. So what that means is the rest of my drivers have to pick up additional routes. I've been down 2 drivers for the last 4 weeks. And when I came in at the top of that right there, we were down 6 drivers out of 12 and 8 helpers at the same time. We had a half a fleet to pick up everybody's garbage. And during the COVID, that when we were here, yes, we were late, and we didn't pick up on time, but we picked up every single week from every single customer that we had. We picked up, we didn't miss a week, but we were late. Yeah, we understand that. But during the COVID crisis, and I'm scared right now of what is gonna happen with this Delta variant. I mean, I'm hearing it's more contagious, it's worse, it travels faster. I have one driver right now that I have out on COVID in my Lunenburg facility because he came in contact with somebody who had COVID during a family funeral, and he has to sit out for the next 2 days until his test comes back, because what I can't do is I can't allow a driver into my facility that has COVID, because if he infects my other drivers, now I have a chain reaction, and that's really what happened at the top of that thing. So when I came in, we made great strides in making sure that the drivers were separated, that we made sure we didn't have any COVID contacts. We did that. Quite frankly, we had some drivers that needed to be and find new professions. I took care of that. That took care of a great number of misses as you see them come down. I also noticed, as you said, the porch stops. We had a terrible problem when I came in with porch stops. I put a process in place to address the porch stops and the misses, and it's done a very, very good job of addressing the porch stop misses. However, it didn't take care of the misses. So I put a different process in place Monday to address the misses. So we are continually, and I'm continually trying to get it to where it needs to be. This is not the service that I'm used to in my 40 years. And let me tell you, as you all see from your constituents, garbage is passionate to people. And it's that way now, and it's the same way it was 40 years ago when I came in. I can't explain it, but it's passionate to people, and I understand it, and I understand what you're saying. So I'm making those changes that we need to make to get the service to where it is. And that's what my pledge is to you, and I think you can see that by what's coming down on the curve, and you know, we still have a ways to go. I'm just hoping nothing happens with this Delta variant. I mean, I'm telling you right now, I'm worried about it. So I'm just being honest. I'm trying to be candid with you, and I'm trying to say I'm making the changes that I know we have to do, and I've got some experience to do it. So.
And I hope you can do that, because the ones in my ward definitely are looking for improvements. But why is it that it seems it's the same ones that get missed every week? I can't believe every week we've got a driver out for COVID. Why would that be?
There are a number of reasons that can happen, and it normally has to do with the route driver that's on that route. I know I had some maybe 2 weeks ago in one area, and it was at the end of a guy's route who ended up, quite frankly, cutting his route short. Okay, so he missed 2 streets, and he kept missing. It's at the end of his route. So what I do on Mondays now is I head out at 5:30 at night when I leave the office, and I go check those areas. We know where they are at, and but usually there's some nuance with those houses that are different. The driveways they're usually corner homes. Driveways over here, we go around this way. Sometimes they put them at different parts. I can't tell you all the time, but if we miss it and it's out, it's our fault. It doesn't matter. It's our fault. We should be picking it up. That's all we do. We provide service. So
I can't convince them though to vote for increase, 56% increase. Not yet. I'm sorry.
I'm here to first and foremost to address the service issues.
Based on what I have gotten, the vote is 0 for an increase.
Thank you, Mr. Denton. Counselor Randolph?
I'm gonna be brief. I'd like to have this presentation sent to our city clerk so that we can all have it electronically if possible. Okay, great. And Mr. Pfister, both of y'all, thank you very much. I've had a lot of contact with both of you all. I know you're working very hard. And Mr. Pfister, you've said that you've put into play some different techniques that your drivers and the truck employees are using. Could you please communicate those with our city manager?
Oh, sure.
So that we know what bulk waste is, what you're doing with bulk waste and what our constituents what they should be doing with porch pickups, what we should be doing if, I assume that the toters, if they're using recycling versus trash, or putting the wrong thing in the wrong toter, you're not picking those up, and that determination is made. We need to know all of that so we can communicate to the constituents how, if differently, you're using those aspects of your pickup now and what they can do to better make sure that their trash is picked up. And I would like to know, either through Ed or someone else in Public Works, the consistency of toters for our garbage versus our recycling. If there is any confusion with all of that consistency, because we have so many colors all over the city, I would like to know if we're looking at making that consistent so that the trash company is not having problems trying to remember which area has what color or whatever. And then lastly, I'd like you to look into some of the trucks because they are spraying. I've had numbers of complaints, and I know my toter looks like doo-doos because it is filthy dirty on the outside. I've never had that problem before.
Okay.
We've got one truck that we know that hits our area, and thank you, my area has not been bad, but so many others have. That trash truck is spewing some kind of spray liquid all over, and it's going outside of the truck. So I don't know whether that's a seal or something that's creating a problem with that truck, but if you could look at some of your trucks, I've had complaints of that.
If I could ask you.
Yes, sir.
Your address?
My address, the address.
Or just a street name, so I
The
can,
street
I can
name
find a
from the
route to
person
find a
that
truck.
last complained about the
1309 Old
spewing was
Come to my
Clausen.
And what was the
Clausen Street.
crossing, right,
Yep,
that's what I need
that
to know,
was-
so I can find a route that I can find a truck. I
That's
appreciate that.
correct,
Thank you.
yeah. So that, whatever truck that was, and I think
Mhm.
that's just the dump in the back.
Yeah, so it's a
It
railroad.
was
It's a
spraying
railroad.
something out of the truck everywhere.
Okay.
So that would be great. Thank you all for addressing this and being here. I will continue to work with you all and try and make it better. Thank you.
Okay. If I could just say
Yes,
one thing.
please.
We are working on better communication to allow during the day and at the end of the day where we are in case we do have issues with routes not being finished and whatnot. So we're gonna be communicating that, to Kim and her staff, but we can also communicate it to you since we have your emails. So to let you know where it is. Communication's pretty easy, so it's especially in today's world, so.
So I do have a question for Madam here.
Yes, ma'am.
When does the contract end? with
Contract ends
Meridian?
24.
for Hopewell, June 30th, 2024. And it has no
June
more
2024.
extensions on it.
Okay, and the second thing, you said you have an RFP open.
Correct.
Okay, what is you have an RFP open for 2024?
Correct.
Okay, so in that RFP, I know you follow the Virginia Procurement Act,
Yes, ma'am.
right?
Yes, ma'am.
When does the RFP close? And how long when did it open and when does it close?
So we issued it July 15th, and we've already had a
This
pre-proposal.
year?
Yes, this year, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
And we've already had a pre-proposal conference, which 8 or 9 companies came to, and the proposals are due August 31st, 2021.
31st. So it's open for about 6 weeks,
Correct.
right?
Mhm.
Now, you say you follow the Virginia Procurement Act, and when you solicited this or you sent it out for an RFP, did Hopewell, and you say it comes under you have 4 different contracts. So Hopewell has its own contract, right?
Mhm.
Now, every city you stated or locality has something different. That's why there's 4 different contracts. And there's things that we need that are different than another locality.
Mhm.
So my question to you is, how do you determine exactly what we need? Did we send you a statement of work or a PWS to say, hey, look, this is what Hopewell needs, this is what we require? Did we send that to you?
So we drafted the procurement, the scope of work for each locality.
So
So
you
it's,
drafted the scope of work for Hopewell?
we did, and then we worked with Ed and his counterparts in the other municipalities for each city and town component.
Okay.
So that we included everything that you wanted and needed for the city of Hopewell in that procurement. It may be slightly different. Generally, the terms are generally the the contract scope is the same or similar. I mean, it's weekly collection of trash, it's, includes bulky waste, it includes a number of things, but then there are some more specifics by locality.
Okay.
So they also collect the trash at the convenience center and several FEL front-end load containers around the city for public buildings and things like that.
And that was all stated in that RFP
Yes, ma'am.
that Mr. Sir, you did submit a proposal.
They're not due
And-
yet.
Hmm?
They're not due yet.
I'm talking about the one prior, the contract that we're in now.
He just got here.
I'm talking about the contract we're in now.
Oh.
Yes.
The current contract.
Yes, our current, I'm talking about the current contract right now, because that's the issue that we're having. We're having problems with, hey, are we meeting what's in the contract? Did we, as a city, do the statement of work and say, look, CV, yes, you know what I mean?
It's okay.
This is what we need, this is what we require, right? Now, when we do that, and we're saying, hey, look, they're not following the contract, the services are, they're supposed to remedy it in a certain period of time. But when you stated, how many quotes did you receive for us?
And I'll have to go back and see how many, and I can send you that information, it's all public.
I'm just asking you, the number of quotes that you received, right? That you received, and you picked the lowest price technically acceptable, right? Did they meet every single criteria we asked for? Did they state, here's our proposal, we can do this?
And-
Now, we're not buying people, we don't need that many trucks, but when you quote on something and you say, hey, guess what? I'm gonna be able to do this contract at this amount. We're buying services, we're not purchasing trucks. If it's one person that can do a service, that's exactly what, we don't care. The service needs to be done, right? I'm not asking you for trucks, I'm not asking you for people. It needs to be done within the contract. That's where we are now. Is there anything that you see with this RFP that has gone out that we might need to change, do an amendment to, so that way Hopewell can receive exactly what we need?
With the current RFP that's on the street, or are
Well,
you talking
the
about?
current RFP, have you
Okay.
seen anything change? Because I know we have a current RFP right now. But that's my saying, if we're using you as a contracting person to
Right.
go out and get us the service that we need, we have to make sure we're telling you exactly what we need, and
Yes.
you are pushing that out as an RFP. I feel like that needs to be stated. And when we're following the Virginia Procurement Act, all of that falls in line. Now, when you choose, is it mandatory you choose the lowest price technically acceptable? Do you guys look at performance? How do you evaluate? Did they meet all the criteria in the evaluation?
Right.
They didn't do the last RFP.
The last RFP, I mean, we did go through that same process,
Right.
and
But not
we
this
do a
company.
request, it's not a bid process, so we do not have to accept the lowest price. We're evaluating their proposal based on, the quality of their proposal, their experience,
Performance?
their past performance, we check references, we go through a number of things. Price is a factor, but it's not the sole determining factor in selecting.
Okay.
And we do work with the municipalities, so for our selection committee, we will have someone from the city of Hopewell that's serving on the selection committee. And just because the RFP is out there for 4 municipalities doesn't mean we have to select one vendor to service all 4.
Do
So
you
if
set
there's
that
one
back
vendor
down?
that serves, that seems to be better for the city, or offered something better for Hopewell, we can certainly contract separately. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so if you had three of the top choices, does it fall in the Procurement Act that you can give it back to us so that without the price, we don't wanna see the price, we just wanna see the technical part of it, like that. Do you send it back to us so we can evaluate and then say, you know what, this is the one that works, this doesn't meet what we need? Do you do that at all?
We certainly work with the administration, and I guess if the city manager wanted to have a, to send it out to you all to evaluate, to get your input.
Well, not
we can
us,
certainly
I'm
talk
talking
that.
about, do you send it back to like
Oh, yeah, the
Ed?
city, yes, most
You
definitely.
send it back to Ed and say, hey, look, these are the top 3. I mean, it
Well,
could be
Ed would
10,
be sitting on the
whatever.
committee, yep.
So you send it back and then we do the final choice? Is that
Yes,
what
it's
you're
certainly up to
saying?
you all
Okay.
to make the selection, or
Well,
tell us who you want.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Counselor Gore?
I had my button
yeah.
up first.
Cause they
Me?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, you're the person, but,
That's all right.
so, well, I'll ask them behind the curtain. I just want to get clarity for my constituents watching. The increase that you're asking for, what would that be used for specifically, without going into granular detail? Why do you need the increase to go towards what?
Why are we asking for a price increase?
Yeah.
Yeah, what are you gonna use it towards? Just service?
Well, I can tell you that since 2019, the costs have gone up dramatically in the requirements to service Hopewell. Number one, we all know what fuel's done. Fuel has gone up substantially. Labor has gone up substantially. In fact, we just had the Virginia Overtime Wage Act go through in July. We have a shrinking CDL pie, number of people that have CDLs that are available. We have them stealing by Amazon, by other people. They can go somewhere else. We have people within our industry trying to purge and pluck people away from me. I have to pay higher wages just to keep my experienced people. So the wages are going really, really high. Parts, and your public works and some of your departments are seeing parts, they're up 25-30% just in the last 3 or 4 months. And to fix a truck, I have a truck right now at a dealer. It's been there 2 weeks. He can't even give me an estimated turnaround time to get it back to me because he can't get the parts. So we have the parts are going up. Disposal has gone up drastically. We used to dispose right over here in Petersburg where that landfill, and now it's shut. Now we have to go to a transfer station, and that transfer station transfers it down to Lunenburg. So I have that additional cost that is on top of that. And then the last thing, and you may not hear about it, but steel. Steel has gone through the roof. So I have all of these costs that have gone up that I don't have any control over. And I still have the Hopewell contract at a little bit over $8 a month, which is about $2 a week that we pick up and come to everybody's home and pick up the garbage and do that. I understand we have service problems. I'm not trying to put those aside, but we've had substantial increases that have gone in that I don't have control over since 2019. And we have the ability within the contract to petition for that increase. And, I feel strongly that, that those costs, that we've incurred, that we haven't had any control over, that we should be able to ask those and we should be entitled to them. So
I think you have a right to ask, I'm not entitled to, but, the costs that you're talking about, we don't have control of that either. Neither do our constituents, right? And so the argument can be made, that's not, like the Petersburg landfill, we're not Petersburg. Their landfill's closing to make it go to another location. That's not Hopewell's problem. We didn't have anything to do with that, neither did our constituents. So we can make the argument too, that besides general inflation that's happening worldwide, and then you're talking about some local issues, that's not us. So I understand where you're coming from, and then even with trying to operate with COVID, we talked earlier about not having to go in the same truck. We deal with it too with our staff. Public Works has the convenience center. We have to operate in Code Road. We know it's not over, like you said, because we've had to maintain City Hall and the citizens throughout the entire time. And our work isn't over yet because we're out of public government. But I do have my last request for Mr. Watson. If you feel comfortable, or Mr. Robinson, since you guys are our appointees for this, what do you think? Because we point you to be our advocates on the board in regards to this matter. So.
Are you asking what do I think about the increase?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, well.
Of course, the final decisions are up to council, but, yes, I agree with you. I don't see us being able to ask the constituents for an increase of 56% as well.
Yeah.
I said, I agree with you. I don't see us being able to ask the constituents for a 56% increase, but of course, that decision is up to council.
And Mr. Watson, as the director, you concur?
I do, totally, yes.
Okay. And my last question is, yes, I'm sorry, ma'am. If I remember correctly, well, I believe I was the only person that said no to this. Didn't we increase recycling in 2019 to the contract only go up like $300,000 like 2 years ago? Because we heard the same thing about being able to deliver services.
Back in
Yep.
18, we raised the rate about $3 a household, and same thing with businesses per month.
$3.
So we already did recycling recently. Okay.
Yep.
That was prior to COVID, and it was already needed. So my last question for you, I know you're the in-between person, I get it.
That's okay.
So just because they have the right to petition, I was looking at the document submitted here.
Mhm.
It says that CDWMA shall have this discretion as to whether to wish to grant a petition or not.
Mhm.
So if you have that discretion, why are you coming before us?
Well, I didn't, I mean, not that I didn't want to share the information, but I wasn't coming asking for your approval to do that. We are, you all, I believe, all the city councils were copied on their.
But it will have to be a contract amendment, right? Because if you increase their rates, would you need more money for us to?
Correct, which we'd have to come back to you for a contract amendment,
you're not
yes.
Right, so that's why my question is why, so let me clarify.
Okay,
If you have, if the organization, when I say you, I mean the organization, has the ability to move forward or not with the petition, why is it being presented? So does the body feel like this is something that needs to be done? Because it could, doesn't even necessarily reach us if it's not warranted or decided to be.
right, so we work in collaboration with the cities and the town, like we wouldn't, I mean, although in our contract with Meridian, it says that we have the sole discretion, we still are working with you all in getting your buy-in before we do anything. So we're working with the administration, we're working with Ed and his team and March and all the city managers.
That's why I want to get clarification because you can increase their rates, doesn't mean that we have to give you more money. So that's where.
Correct,
that's
'cause
why
we-
I think there's a fine line between getting.
Where'd you get the money from then?
Well-
Our contract is pay you what we pay you, but if you wanted to adjust what you pay them, that's what you have discretion.
I could do that and not get the money from you, sure.
How
but,
could you get the
why
money
would I
from
do that?
Right, so-
But
yeah.
I could, but we in turn have a service agreement with the city too that has the same parameters as our contract with Meridian. It's got the rates listed in it, and so if we're gonna increase the rates in the contract, we're gonna have to come back to the city for that approval.
Right,
So it's not at the point where it would be before you, to consider. We're just sharing this as information as what is coming, or you know what.
So just to clarify, to me, this is presented as a petition has been submitted by Meridian, and we will have to make a decision if we accept the increase to our contract, correct? So, is that correct?
Correct?
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if the body does not agree, would you have sole discretion to not agree? Then
With
you
us.
must agree to bringing it to us for a decision, that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
You override our decision not to give the increase.
No, that's not what I'm asking, what I'm asking, okay, I'll just.
Well, I wasn't.
Because I think we need to see the contract, because we have summaries here and not the actual contract. So can our attorney please get a copy of the contract, because I was trying to ask her some questions, and she
Sure.
couldn't really, provide clarity, because we have a summary. But my point I'm trying to make is, this doesn't technically have to, but what you have in the packet, it doesn't technically need to come to us to say no. Like, you could have nipped it in the bud instead of coming to us to even ask for a petition for us to increase the contract.
Right, but we're the ones who have the contract with Meridian, and then we have a separate agreement with the city that the city buys into. So I guess I could make that decision without you and say that
No, you can't.
we'll grant the increase, but then I have to go back to you to say, will you amend your, I wouldn't do that separately.
Right, you don't work
Right.
that way.
I mean,
It-
I
My
get what
thing
you're
is-
saying, but I think you're mixing up, I'm gonna let this go.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying, but I think you're missing the point that I'm trying to make.
Okay,
I'm
You
missing
can
it too.
say no, and it doesn't have to to go past anything to come to, like, you can say, no, it's
Correct.
not.
Mhm.
The fact that it's being entertained means that by default, I would think that the organization is actually agreeing with the request, because if you don't agree with it, there's no need to have this conversation. So yes, you can technically increase your contract with them, but we don't give you no money. But the fact that you're coming to us with this means that there's someone entertaining this to get us to give you more money. So my question is,
What?
why is it here?
Well,
'Cause her agreement was saying-
Meridian's attorney copied you on the letter, so it's out there for your information.
Okay, I want to know, but.
I mean, I wasn't bringing it tonight for an
Thank you.
event.
No, what I understand you saying is that,
2 hours.
yeah, but your agreement with us says that if you decide to give them the increase, you will come back to let us know that we have to give pay. We
Yes.
have to be the money pocket.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
And,
they don't have any money, they just,
What I'm saying, just because she increases it doesn't mean we have to give her more money.
yes, we do. There must be something in our agreement that says that we have to.
It's 2 separate agreements.
Well, if, I'll just say it this way, we're working with March and the other city managers, so I'm sure he's not gonna do anything without your,
I don't know.
No, it's okay, I'll just talk about
okay. Okay. All right. Well,
Well,
I'll just say this, we're not gonna do anything without your approval.
Thank you. The gentleman behind you had a question. In the contract for bulk pickup waste,
Yes.
isn't that have to be scheduled? So why would your regular drivers be picking up things when the customers supposedly, I think, I was told, had to schedule a bulk pickup? So it would be okay for you to leave that until, I guess, the next week, so that the bulk of our citizens could be satisfied by regular pickup. Is that correct? In the
Yeah.
contract, Mr. Watson, bulk pickup's supposed to be scheduled, so they shouldn't.
Go ahead.
Well, in our contract, they're required to pick up routine bulky waste on collection day.
Okay.
Without
Tell me,
someone calling
define
in.
routine.
Routine is what will fit in a half-ton pickup truck.
Oh my
It's very
Lord, that's
vague,
a
I
lot.
get it, but there is a limit. So when somebody,
Has a mattress, they can pick it up that day? Don't tell me
Correct.
that, cause I've been told no, they had to schedule that.
no,
I've been told
we,
over and over that.
you do not have to schedule it. You can put that out with your regular trash pickup.
Okay.
We encourage people to call because we
Wanna be
do log
prepared.
those bulky waste so that on that collection day that they know what's out there on the street.
Mm-hmm.
So we encourage people to call, but it's not a requirement that they have
Okay.
to call.
And the other thing I would tell the mister to check on Pine Street, because the gentleman behind me, you have called, I mean, probably once every month or whenever, that street is missed all the time. And they live across from each other. So they came here and sat here at 10:30 at night, I'm sure just to meet you personally, so that if you would check on their street,
I will personally talk to them and give them my business card before they leave.
I appreciate that
So,
very much.
yeah.
Okay, y'all can still call me, but that's the man, so,
It falls on me, so.
thank you, I appreciate that.
I just want to say that, I'm accessible to everybody here by email, by phone call, by text. I know we've had issues. I know the prior management here has had issues. I endeavor to get you to where my standards are for collection. I'm going to get there. It has taken time and it will take time, but it's getting better. I think you could see that in the last 4 weeks. And it's going to continue to be that way, and I'll be able to come back to the next council meeting when I come, and you'll be able to say, thanks, Bob.
Before the year is out, please.
And I kid around about it, but, I've got the nickname of 1-800-CALL-BOB. So when you have an issue, don't be afraid to call me, I'll get back to you and all that stuff. But, no, I apologize for the issues that you and your residents have had, and they're gonna get better, and I'll take care of it, so.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you so
Awesome,
much.
we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, look forward to that.
Thank
I'd
you
like
for
to
being
make a
reasonable.
motion to adjourn.
No, oh, no. Y'all get on my nerves.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you. Motion to adjourn has been placed on the floor. Roll call, please.
Counselor Pelham,
No.
Mayor Bennett,
No.
Counselor Randolph,
Yes?
Counselor Holloway,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Parton,
Yes.
Counselor Gore, Counselor Denton.
Yes.
Mayor Bennett, motion passes 4-2.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Yeah, actually, Counselor Gore.